Good young lady. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the Oxnard City Council for November the 7th, 2023 to order. Madam Clerk, roll call and posting the agenda.
Councilmember Tehran,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilwoman Basua,
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela Zavala,
Present.
Councilmember Perillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
We have a quorum, and the posting of the agenda is the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on October 26, 2023.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item is item B, public comments on the closed session items. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers either virtually or in person?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. So our next item is item C, and this is a closed session item, and we'll hand it over to our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to its real property negotiators regarding property located at 633 and 635 Meta Street. The agency negotiator is Emilio Ramirez, and the negotiating party is Las Vegas Lights Exchange, LP, and under negotiation are price and terms of payment.
Okay, thank you. Then we're going into closed session, and we'll be back at 6 o'clock. Yeah, good evening. We're back from closed session. And Mr. City Attorney, do we have any announcements out of closed session?
Mayor, there are no announcements out of closed session this evening.
Thank you so much. Our next item is item E. This is ceremonial items, and this is a time where we pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And after we do the pledge, we'd like to show everybody that take a moment of silence for all the turmoil that's happening locally and around the world. Please join Mayor Pro Tem for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise if you're able. Place your hand over your heart and join me in saluting the flag of our nation by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Okay. Our next item, can you hear me? No. Diego? Oops. Good. Our next item is a proclamation for Veterans Day, and I'd like to call David Singer and all the veterans that are here with us today. Welcome, David. Welcome. Thank you. Stand with us. Get some guys on this side. Come on, Sal. Thank you so much, and really, it's really an honor for me to read this proclamation on Veterans Day, November 11, 2023. Where Veterans Day has its origin, November 11, 1918 armistice, which brought World War I to a conclusion. Whereas the Allied victory of World War I affirmed the strength of a great nations acting together in a high purpose. And where the people of the United States of America caused their elected official representatives for designating November 11 as federal legal holiday, which in 1954 became officially known as thereafter as Veterans Day. Which Veterans Day continues to be celebrated and commemorated with solemn observance in honor of all Americans who have served our country in the armed forces. Where Veterans Day has become a significant part of the American heritage, we recognize the millions of citizens with military service has a profound effect on our history. Whereas the courage, the honor, the sacrifice, and dedication which veterans of the United States Armed Forces have displayed in the cause of justice, freedom, democracy, and the most worthy of recognitions. That's extremely important, ladies and gentlemen. Therefore, I, John Cesar Gosa, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim upon all citizens to commend the American veterans and observe Saturday, November the 11th, 2023 as Veterans Day, and ask that the day be observed in honor of those who have served to preserve the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy. And this is signed by the Mayor of the City of Oxnard on the 7th day of November. And young man, I'll give this, you know, share a couple of words.
Sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the city of Oxnard, mayor, council members. As a veteran, I spent about 25 years in the service, and I don't think there's anything more that any service member wants is to be appreciated for all the things he does while he's in the service. And I think the city of Oxnard does a great job with that. I mean, with your Veterans Day parade, the ceremony at the park, the Memorial Day ceremonies, and even this proclamation today. So I'd like to thank the city of Oxnard for all they do for the veterans, and it is appreciated.
And you'd like to introduce our good veterans?
Yes, this is our commander from the Chapter 24, Charlie Foote, Sergio Garcias,
And we have
Lou Morris.
okay, I'll let you guys do it.
Lou Morris.
And Sal?
And I'm Sal Gonzalez with the Military Officers Association.
And I'm Philip Molina, the elected city treasurer.
Thank you so much. And please join us this coming Saturday, 11 o'clock at Plaza Park. And I don't see Manuel Gonzalez here. Where's Manny? Oh, he's ill today. But anyway, please join us to celebrate this, what these guys have done for our country. It's really, really important for all of us. And I'd like to share, too, that my family has been military all the way from World War II all the way to just recently where my grandson just got out of the Navy after 4 years, honorably. But thank you again. Sal, you want to share anything else? You're going to be our
Yes, I'll be the MC at the event, so please come on out, okay? Uh, Be there for our veterans, okay? There's nothing better than we want to see than people who are there to express their gratitude for what we have done, okay? Especially some veterans who have done a lot, given a lot, you know, some have given their lives for your right to protest, for your right, all the rights that you have, okay? So thank you, please come out. We love to have you there.
Thank you. I'd also like to share and thank our committee, that's been putting this together. We have Luli Lopez right here on the waving, Luli, and also we have Martha Guillan, my assistant, that's really helped tremendously in this project. We'll see you there Saturday. Raise your hand if you're going to be there. Good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. Good seeing you. Absolutely. Good job. Sal, good job. Absolutely. Okay, well, thank you so much. And again, our veterans are really, really important to all of us. They keep us safe in this country, and we want to thank them so much for their service. And our next item is item F, and this is items not on the agenda. And I have a list here that I'd like to start off with. We have some call-ins first, and I'd like to start off with Carla Alejandra, followed by Mark Ross. Excuse me, Trish, followed by Carla Alejandra. Trish, are you here?
Mayor Zaragoza, Trish is currently not available virtually or in person.
They're not. Okay.
Trish is not, but Carla is.
Carla is? Okay. Is she available or?
Carla, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
I wanted to speak on the relatively new use of these meetings by the Oxnard Police Department. They take time out of the meetings to commend officers, and honestly, it's a waste of time. There is no other job that loves to pat themselves on the back and have other people praise them quite like the police. If time is taken to commend the so-called hard work of retiring cops, then every single other person retiring should also be publicly recognized. What's worse about all of this is most of the cops that have been recognized don't have the best track record. For example, the cop being recognized tonight, David Landsverk, shot a suicidal woman in 2014, and he wasn't even the initial responding officer. Roger Garcia was a responding officer who ignored his sergeant's orders to give the woman space and his partner saying that the woman had a fake gun. He shot at her and missed every shot. But then David came by, didn't bother to assess the situation, and shot her with his rifle. And after she was shot, they still put her in handcuffs. These are the types of cops that you, as city members, are allowing city meeting time to be wasted on. And as such, you are complicit in perpetuating police propaganda. Propaganda that makes it easier for you to feel okay for giving the OPD blank checks for anything and everything, like military equipment. Stop wasting meeting time on these cop commendations, or at the very least, be open in the violence they have done and or have been complicit to. Thanks.
Okay, so Trish is not available then, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, Mayor. She's still not available.
Okay, our next speaker is Luciano Morales. Luciano? and he's going to be followed by Jeremy Goldberg. Luciano.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of City Council and Honorable Mayor, today I stand before you with a vision that aligns perfectly with Oxnard's unique character and aspirations. Let's embark on a journey and explore how we can elevate our city to new heights. Oxnard, with its unique charm, community spirit, and rich history, is indeed a hidden gem along the coast. While traffic congestion and parking concerns might not be at the forefront of our challenges, there's always room for growth and innovation. Imagine residents and visitors of Oxnard enjoying the convenience of efficient, sustainable, and accessible transportation options that seamlessly blend with our city's charm. Visualize our streets bustling with activity, not just from cars, but from residents and tourists alike, exploring every corner that our city has to offer. This vision is not just an idea, it's a reality. It's called GoGo. GoGo isn't just about scooters. It's about becoming an integral part of our community. It's about supporting our local business, encouraging people to explore the heart of our city, and helping us move closer to our goal of sustainability. In a world where environmental consciousness is growing, GoGo aligns perfectly with Oxnard's commitment to preserving our beautiful environment. It's about ensuring clean, fresh air, promoting active transportation, and offering convenient options for those who want to experience Oxnard in a new light. I invite each member of City Council to embrace this transformative opportunity. Let's explore how GoGo can further align with Oxnard's unique character. Already, we've had an interest from within the city, showing that our vision resonates. However, we understand there are resource concerns, and we are ready to work collaboratively to address these challenges. Together, we can ensure that GoGo becomes a seamless part of our community, helping us evolve in a way that suits all of our distinctive needs. Let's work together to make Oxnard a shining example of innovation and sustainable practices. Let's harness the spirit of our city to create a unique, vibrant atmosphere that represents Oxnard's essence. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry Goldberg.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. It has recently been brought to my attention that the city is considering eliminating 5 jobs in the business licensing department office. And I've got a little bit of an issue with that. I just wanted to point out to everyone here that every 4 years, you come before the 75 affiliates of the Central Coast Labor Council who represent 70,000 union members on the Central Coast, and each of you has made a pledge not to contract out city services and not to privatize public services in your capacity as elected officials in this city. So that's that. I mean, it's kind of that simple. Like you promise all of us as unions, as union leaders, as representatives of the workers of the community, and we'll hope you'll follow through with that. On a kind of similar note here, I sit on several boards throughout the county, some with some of you, in the workforce development space. And it's interesting because we hear, relatively frequently that staff from the city, from the workforce development and business development of the city are out there in the community, in the county, looking for ways to create good paying jobs in this city. And so I have a great idea, which is to start with these 5 jobs that are SEIU work in business licensing and start by saving those jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Hold on a minute. No clapping, please. This is really important, that's important that we have pros and cons of this thing, so please, no clapping. Next person is Alex. Alex. And he's going to be followed by Mario Navarro.
Good evening, and just for the record, the last name is Anand.
Anand, excuse me.
No worries. Mayor Zaragoza, members of the council, city staff. My name is Alex Anand. Some of you may know me. I've worked next door at the Downtown Main Library for around 6.5 years. And in that time, I've assisted most of you, not all. I'm also a proud member of our local union, SEIU Chapter 721. And for the past couple years, I've been first vice chair on the City of Oxnard SEIU chapter board. This is the capacity in which I address you today. I'm here to urge the council to reconsider its proposed plan to outsource our business licensing group. As I'm sure you noticed when the proposal was presented in committee, the projections provided by the contractor are only a net positive when you factor in the payroll cuts from closing the department. Otherwise, there's an $8,700 shortfall from the new plan if you do not take into account those jobs. Instead, we could invest in our city and invest in the hardworking staff in our business and licensing department. Based on the estimates HDL provided, we can meet or exceed the projected revenues with a much smaller investment in our own staff and infrastructure. Our team has run the numbers. We can do this and not at the cost of funneling $4.5 million of taxpayer money to a private out-of-town firm. I'd like to take this opportunity, Let's take this opportunity to build a solid base for our city's future, not erode it by handing off vital services to rent-seeking middlemen. Our community depends on this. I'd like to think back to 2019, when this council voted to gut the entire public information office by laying off half a dozen workers. Not long after that, the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and at a time when our community most needed us to provide quick and accurate information on vital city resources, we had just fired the exact people with that skill set. During that time, the community reached out to other departments, including library workers like myself, to get answers. We lost so much vital time that many of our residents did not have to spare. Turning over the business licensing department on the eve of a potential boom in new business development thanks to cannabis permits to a private corporation that has no accountability to the taxpayer, no connection to our community, that siphons substantial profit both from our city budget and the underpayment of their own workers, will lead us into that same black hole. Our residents will have to choose between some call center where an overworked minimum wage employee who doesn't even know where Oxnard is reads off a script at them, or calling another city department and hoping someone knows something useful, all because the team with the expertise to help them has been dismantled. Or, with a proper level of funding, for less than what it costs to do this 5-year contract, we can drastically improve services and build up our ability to serve a growing community. We can keep Oxnard jobs in Oxnard with people who care about our city's success. It's cheaper, it's better, and it's the right thing to do. I urge the council to invest in our community and decline the HDL bid. Thank you.
No, please. No clap, please, don't clap. Thank you so much. And as I said Mario, but it's Maria now. Excuse me.
All good, Mayor Zaragoza. How's it going, everyone? Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, City Council members, staff. My name is Maria Navarro. I'm a policy advocate at CAUSE. Today, I stand before you to express our strong support for SEIU Local 721 and to voice our concerns regarding the proposed privatization of the business licensing group in the city of Oxnard, our program. At CAUSE, we firmly believe that public services should be run for the public good. They are a vital part of our community, providing essential services that directly impact the lives of Oxnard residents. When we invest in city jobs, we are investing in our families, our neighborhoods, and our local economy. These jobs keep taxpayer dollars in our community, contributing to its growth and vitality. Privatization, on the other hand, poses a threat to the very essence of what public services stand for. It erodes the quality of family-supporting jobs, creating financial hardships that reverberate through our neighborhoods. It introduces incentives that may not align with the best interests of our community, as public services are managed by private corporations driven by profit for distant shareholders, rather than by commitment to serve our local residents. We have seen the consequences of privatization in the past, such as when the city of Oxnard contracted out its waste management services to Republic Services. This led to subpar service quality and low-quality jobs. However, when the management was brought back under city control a decade ago, we witnessed improvements in recycling rates, better job opportunities for workers, and substantial cost savings, demonstrating the positive impact of keeping services in-house. Now we find ourselves facing a similar situation with the proposed privatization of the business licensing department. We understand the city's desire for efficiency, but we urge you to consider the broader implications of this decision. The 5 dedicated members of SEIU Local 721 currently in this position deserve stability and respect for their contributions to our community. Furthermore, contracting out can be considered a union-busting tactic. We should not accept such an environment in Oxnard. We call on the mayor and council to stand against this privatization. Instead, let us invest in our own community, provide more local support, and ensure that our departments are strengthened, not weakened. Together, we can uphold the values that make Oxnard a vibrant and thriving community. Thank you.
Thank you. Lupe Montano, and followed by Michael Hodges.
A little shorter. Okay. Mayor Zaragoza and council members and city staff. My name is Lupe Montano. I'm a worksite organizer for SCAU 721 and a long-term resident, born and raised here in Oxnard. Many of you know me. I'm here to speak out against the plan to privatize our business licensing department that directly impacts 5 of our SCIU 721 represented employees and city services as a whole. If those positions were to be eliminated by going to a private company, those positions would be lost forever. Even if the contract was suspended after the proposed 5-year term, it would be extremely difficult to refill those positions with workers from our community. That means fewer resources for our community because you would be investing in a for-profit company and eliminating good union jobs. That also means that the 5 dedicated city employees at the City of Oxnard workers would be turned up, their lives would be turned upside down, and their schedules may also be completely changed. Over the past months, the writing has been on the wall, and the city has stopped investing in this department by not replacing those who have left or providing adequate training and resources for our members to be successful. We can turn this around by investing in the department as opposed to paying a lot of money to a private corporation. We're asking you to double down on your workforce and the community, not turn your back on it by siphoning off money to a private corporation. Let's keep good union jobs in the city of Oxnard. Let's invest in our city and bring in some training and best practices for our business licensing department. Just as you allowed outside companies to bid on the business licensing services, ask the current department to put together some figures to show what it can do for our community. With a few more resources, we can do this together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michael Hodges. It says Michael's up there. My apologies.
It's me again. Good evening. Oh, can you?
I can't read it as a Michelle. I can't read.
Mikhail.
Mikhail, okay, thank you.
Mikhail.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and residents of Oxnard, California. I'm speaking to you again tonight on behalf of the Neuro Rights USA because we value our neurological privacy and safety. We are deeply concerned about the potential abuse of new technologies. Our brains are the most private sanctuaries, and they should be protected from any form of intrusion or manipulation. It is crucial that we establish neural rights laws that cover every American from head to toe in order to safeguard every American's rights to neurological privacy, safety, and protection. These laws will set policies, procedures, standards, and guidelines that protect us from potential harm. The importance of these rights cannot be overstated, as they directly impact our mental health and overall well-being. In a world where technology is advancing rapidly, it becomes even more critical to ensure that these advancements do not infringe on our basic human thoughts that normally lead us to our own actions. Without neural rights laws, now leaves the door open for anyone to use technology to control the human mind. Then it is no longer our actions. It is the activity of the person that is remotely connected to our mind, telling us what to do and say. So will the rules change to start arresting the person that's controlling us? Questions to ask yourself: do you want technology controlling you without your knowledge? Do you want it for your loved ones or for future generations? Well, the country of Chile have taken steps to begin protecting themselves from technology abuse. They've added to their constitution that requires technological development to respect people's physical and mental integrity. And it states that the law must especially protect human brain activity and information related to it. Also, our President Biden has also just issued the first executive order on artificial intelligence. It's the first action of its kind requiring neural safety assessments, equity and civil rights guidance, and research on AI's impact on the labor market. Neural rights laws serve as a foundation for protecting every American's right to privacy, safety, and protection against potential technological abuses. Please, Mayor and Council members of the City of Oxnard and County of Ventura and the State of California, be the first in the United States of America to enact neural rights laws.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Reverend Greg Runyon.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Man, these are some incredible times, but I think there's some things that need to be talked about, and I hope I say them right. And I just want to say from the gate, I'm not trying to do anything other than just to be honest and talk about some things. As a council, you all have been very vocal about engaging in some national things. We've engaged in abortion, we've engaged in immigration, we've engaged in anti-Asian hate. We're at a time where anti-Semitism is out of hand. And this is not to say that we're in favor of a war, we're in favor of this, we're in favor of that. Most people don't even realize anti-Semitism is against people who speak Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic. We have got to move past this idea where hate is okay. And you all have injected yourself into debates that to be silent on this one sends a message I don't think you all believe in. It takes courage sometimes to lead. I can't make a motion. I can't issue a proclamation in your name. I could issue one on behalf of the city of Oxnard, but it would have about as much weight as a piece of paper falling from a 747. But you have an opportunity to lead. It's time people stand up and realize that hate has no place in a modern society. And we are doing it over and over again. We do it because of the way people look. We do it because of the way they talk. We do it because of what they wear. We do it because of their gender, their orientation, and it has to stop. The city of Oxnard is a great city because there's so many different ethnicities here. There's so many different faiths. And on the one hand, maybe it would be enough to just say, we're against any kind of racism. But that means that you're hiding. You didn't hide on these other things, so stand up now. And if issues arise to our Muslim brothers, we're going to stand up and say that's wrong. If they rise up to our Jewish brothers or sisters, we're going to say that's wrong. Our Christian brothers, that's wrong. Because the more we stay silent, the more we say it's okay. So many people wonder why the young people see things the way they do. It's because us adults were silent and we let it go. I'm imploring you to do what's right, not what's convenient, but what's right. And anti-Semitism has to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy Cartagena. Lucy.
Buenas noches. Good evening, everybody. Mayor, City
Good evening.
Council members. My name is Lucy Cartagena. I'm a City of Oxnard resident, and I consider myself a community advocate and a community friend. I run a nonprofit called Families First. We recently did the Halloween event in downtown last week. This is about my issue, your issue, our issue. Early last year, I spoke up against another so-called and possibly up-and-coming community leader named John Paul Megalis. He turned out to be a toxic individual who attacked through social media anyone who did not agree with his views and also fabricated his make-up lies about some of you sitting here today. This person ended up being removed from the inner neighborhood council, and because of it, blamed me and other community leaders and chair of city commissions. He went as far as to contacting my coworkers, my employment, and even showed up at my place of employment. I have an active restraining order against him and his wife. Why am I telling you this? Because I know that you, Mayor, and some of you council members have and still are being contacted by him and have recently learned that this person is sending pornography to you under names of individuals that have a restraining order against him too. I submitted a records request under the Public Records Act, and I want to know who is receiving these pornography emails and from whom. I receive it daily from so-called friends that have restraining orders against this person, my perpetrator, stalker, harasser, as well as pizza deliveries. I get spam, email subscription, texts, and phone calls, all sexually with body parts and perverted. So if you are too, why has Oxnard Police Department not done anything about it? I have too many police reports on file, an active restraining order, and supposedly Detective Garza is working on this. Me, as a regular citizen, I can understand, but you, an elected official, coming up for re-election next year, receiving emails and still doing nothing is unheard of. Again, I submitted a public records request, and I don't want the city sitting on this. I want your emails too, because I will use the powers of people to expose lack of help from Oxnard Police Department and city on a person who is clearly unstable, has threatened lighter fluid to look for his enemies, and state that he does not fear police or jail. Mental health is real. We have people being massacred all the time because of weirdos like that. So you that are experiencing the exact same thing I am need to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do any other speakers, either virtually or in person,
Mayor-
for items that are on the agenda?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you. Then our next item is, this is the city manager's report. Mr. City Manager, the subject is local government fun facts. And the public and city council receive a city manager discussion about the Oxnard statistics as compared to other cities in the region. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Diego's going to pull up the slides. I have a few quick announcements, then I'll have our so-called local government fun fact for this council meeting. Okay, so it's already been mentioned, but I'll repeat it. This Saturday, there is the annual Veterans Day celebration downtown at Plaza Park. It begins promptly at 11 a.m. Of course, it's open to and free to the public. Next, another reminder about the fire department's grant awarded program to get free smoke detectors out into residents' homes. What you need to do is call the department. The phone number there is 805-982-7282, and they will happily come and install new functioning smoke alarms for you, as many as your home needs. There is another free Del Norte Day drop-off event scheduled for the following Saturday, November 18th. It'll begin at 8 a.m. and conclude at 2 p.m. This will be at the Del Norte Recycling Center. The address, for those of you who've not been there, is 111, that is 111 South Del Norte Boulevard. And you can bring your various items that you've had sitting around your home or apartment or garage for way too long. And please take advantage of this day and bring it down there and drop it off again for free instead of dumping it in the street or at the park or behind the alleys. We would appreciate that. All right, so for this week's or this meeting's local government fun fact, it's another comparison This has to do with information that SCAG, the Southern California Association for Governments, just put out recently. And it's a quick comparison between us and the average and or median of the rest of the county. So this is my ongoing effort to reflect upon who we are as a city, where we are as a city, and to be realistic about the things we need to focus on to actually make improvements in people's standard of living. So let's start with educational attainment, and the one stat they have here is attainment of a bachelor's degree. So the county average is about 38, just over 38% of the population. For Oxnard, it's just over 20%. So we are lower in education attainment than the rest of the county by 17.8%. Now, in terms of our age demographics, this is interesting. 17.5% of the county is over the age of 65, but in Oxnard it's only 12.6%. So in terms of that age bracket, we are almost 5% under the county average, which basically means we have a much younger population pyramid here in Oxnard. With regard to median household income, again, this is not individual, this is household. The county averages $105,500 annually, and we are at $85,000. So there you can see we are $20,500 below the county's median household income. As for poverty rate, the county's poverty rate is 9.4% of the population. However, in Oxnard, it's 12.8%. And then for home ownership, county is wide average is at 65.5%, and we in Oxnard are at 52%. And then finally, the median home value across the county is $819,000, and ours is $651,000, almost $652,000. So when you look at some of this data, and then you sort of go through what does that mean in terms of what kinds of wages our residents are able to earn based on education and training attainment, the size of the workforce given the age pyramid for the city, the property values and the income speak to the revenues that we received in terms of our property taxes, as well as what you would presume the disposable income would be for each of these households. And of course, just the sheer number of percentage of people who are defined as at or below the poverty rate is higher in the city. So that's it for this meeting. I hope this continues to be helpful, again, to reflect realistically and honestly about where we are as a community, to help us focus on what we need to do. Okay, so that's it for the local government fun fact. I know I keep saying I'm gonna find an actual fun fact eventually, and I will. All right, then finally, one more thing. Last week, I returned to Vietnam. I hadn't been there in 7 years to visit family and a few friends. It was a quick and great visit. One of the side benefits of traveling is to eat delicious food. So I just had to share it. So some of you may have tried a bowl of pho, which is basically the recognized national dish of Vietnam. And I had the opportunity to go with my family to this particular restaurant where they do it a little bit different here. They serve it in a piping hot stone bowl. That bowl is so hot that it keeps the broth boiling for 15 minutes. Diego, can you hit play real quick so people can see this? Oh my goodness. So it is, I just wanted to share that because it was so delicious. Like upon the first bite,
So,
I
Mr. City
swear-
Manager, is it boiling that way and then they dump it in there? Is that what it is?
Yes,
Oh, my
yes,
goodness.
but it stays that hot.
Really? Oh, my
I don't
goodness.
think we'd be permitted to serve it like that in this country with OSHA and everything, but the first bite, it was, and I've eaten this my whole life. It was just, it was so amazingly delicious. It like erased instantly all memories of all my exes and just instantaneously. It was extraordinary. It was heavenly. Anyway, I just wanted to share that for fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Thank
It's
you.
good. It's good to be back.
Madam Clerk, any speakers on this item, virtually or in person?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no public speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Thank you so much. And our next item is item H, and this is where the city council members might have some brief reports that they might want to share with us. And also if they have any items they'd like to place on the agenda. And finally, maybe 3 minutes, and we'll start off with Councilman Tehran.
Thank you, Mayor. Since our last meeting, I want to thank again all of the neighborhood council chairs from each of the neighborhoods within District 2 who took the time to meet with me, as well as the appointed commissioners from District 2. We met at the library last week, and it was the first time that, at least in District 2, that all of the appointed commissioners and the neighborhood council chairs who were elected by their neighborhoods got together to talk about District 2 specific items, and it was great to get everyone in the room together since I was onboarded in February 2021. I know that not all of us have ever been in the same place at the same time, and so it was great to hear about their vision and why they volunteer their time to serve the community and the district. And we were able to chat a little bit about some District 2 specific items and brainstorm a couple things, and I shared some news with them as well of things they can expect to see in the District 2 in the near future. And I want to thank all of them for taking their time, their evening to come out. It was a great gathering. It was time well spent. I also want to thank the superintendent of the Oxnard School District for holding a meet and greet just a couple weeks ago for the community and for folks to go out and just meet her as the interim superintendent. And I actually am a parent of 2 children who go to the Oxnard School District, so it was nice to be able to connect with her and some of the school board trustees, as well as other community members and community leaders who attended the event. On the same night, at the same location, both of these were in District 2, by the way, the River Park storefront had an open house too. I'm going to thank them for putting that together. It was nice to get, to get to talk to folks out at the one with the school district, and then be able to get some cookies from the River Park storefront afterwards. And then lastly, I want to thank Casa de Vida, which is an alcohol and drug treatment facility and program based out of Oxnard. And they serve all of Ventura County and adults who are seeking treatment for substance use services and looking for that support they need as they transition into recovery or sobriety. And they had their annual dinner this past Saturday. I was asked to speak at that dinner as someone who is a longtime professional and advocate for those in recovery and those who are challenged by substance use. And as many know, I started my career as a substance use counselor for adolescents in Ventura County. So it's something I still hold my credentials to this day and still like doing that kind of work. But I was honored to be able to speak there and hear the stories of the people who are currently in that program and some of the graduates of that program. So I want to thank Casa de Vida for the invitation and for putting it together. And those are my updates, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Machugal. Oscar.
Thank you. Over the last few weeks, I had the pleasure of attending the Rio Lindo neighborhood meeting. There was many issues concerning speed bumps and general traffic issues in the neighborhood. It was very well attended, a very passionate group. And just tomorrow is the Rose Park neighborhood meeting. And unfortunately, I won't be able to make it, but I know that It is always very well attended, and I know they're getting ready for their Posadas event in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Pasua, Councilwoman.
We got no comments.
Good. No? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now that we're finally through the worst of COVID, and hopefully forever through the worst of COVID, most of my groups are starting to meet back in public again, or in-person meetings, and we're playing catch up. I sit on a variety of boards, LOSAN, which is the Regional Rail Authority for Amtrak Pacific Surfliner. From San Diego to San Luis Obispo, we are back to meeting in person. And that meeting can be anywhere from San Diego to San Luis Obispo and places in between, so it's going to be a little bit of traveling. Ventura County Transportation Commission, we will be moving from Camarillo City Hall to the Camarillo Library, as the city of Camarillo is apparently going to rebuild their whole city hall, or at least their council chambers. Gold Coast Transit District, Oxnard Convention and Visitors Bureau, Economic Development Corporation of Ventura County are all meeting back in person again. And I also had the opportunity to work with, although I'm not on the airport authority, I did work with them in a sound study, as my house is in the approach zone for Oxnard Airport, and they've done a couple of monitoring sessions in my backyard. Hopefully they didn't hear me screaming at the dog too much, but it's been an interesting experience. Mr. City Manager, your meal looked delicious. I found a couple of stone bowl places here, not Vietnamese, but there is one called Sura out in the harbor, which is Korean food. Excellent. And there's also moqueca across the harbor on the other side, which is Brazilian stone bowl cooking. And if you've never had any stone bowl food, I would encourage you to try it. It's very interesting. And there's one on the Korean side called bibimbap, where they bring you stone bowl food, and then you drop a raw egg into it, and it cooks in the bowl before you eat it. And it's absolutely delicious. So I would encourage you to if you haven't ever experienced it, get out in the world a little bit and try something unique and different. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Perrella.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the public speakers that spoke tonight first. I have an apology to make to Mr. Emilio Ramirez. I attended the groundbreaking for the Dolores Huerta, a very historic, living cultural history to the Hispanic and labor movement. And it was a Cabrillo development, but Mr. Ramirez was instrumental in making it happen. And he wasn't even acknowledged by the electeds there, the organization, or anything. A tremendous slight. I should have stood up and made a scene, but I figured it would be worse if I did that. Mr. Ramirez, my hat's off to you. It took a lot. And I hope that those, especially the cities outside, that came and poached on our turf, and in my opinion, and the people that are going to benefit from that, I hope they remember it, because there's a lot of people that stand on the shoulders of others and take all the credit. And it's people like Mr. Ramirez that are doing the work, and his staff. He doesn't do it himself. He's got a staff. The second, I'd like to publicly thank Ms. Eden Mormillo. Her staff of business licenses found, through the diligent work of her and the direction of her and the people that work for the city, found that the city was owed money by Amazon, $500,000. Hats off to them. Hats off to the fire chief, Alexander Hamilton. Informed us through the city manager what has transpired with respect to the ambulance service in the city of Oxnard, where we were slighted. And now they're taking issues at the state. Thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton, Chief. There's a lot of residents that have no idea what you do, and they look at it as, well, public safety, they get paid well. Public safety is the one that take care of you. And with that, I'd like to make a comment about one particular speaker that talked about the police department. Just ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time we've had a pretty good crowd, and I'm grateful as a council member. I don't know if you know the person sitting to the left of you, or to the right of you, or in front of you, or in back of you. But if something terrible was happening to them, who would you call? Me? One of the other 7 up here? I think not. You'd call a cop. And you'd expect a cop to straighten it out. I see head shaking. Lady, I hope you don't ever have to face that.
Okay.
I hope you don't ever have to face that, ma'am.
Please,
And with that,
please address the chair, please.
and with that, they're the ones that are supposed to go out and find the parties that are responsible for doing harm to any of us. I'd also like to say that I attended the VCOG meeting, which was the government issue. I did attend the storefront. I did attend the introduction of the new superintendent of the Oxnard School District. I did find it funny that the Oxnard School District held an event in the real school district. I mean, I kind of slight the people that pay property tax for the Oxnard School District when they don't even get a benefit of the expenditure of the Oxnard School District's funds, but that's just me. I was also able to attend the Clean Power Alliance. A contract was signed, and that contract has to do with wind power. It's the largest power generator in the United States, bigger than Hoover Dam. And this Clean Power Alliance, the people that are providing you at the base, the direction of your elected officials, clean power versus Edison, 17% of that is going to the Clean Power Group. And I want to thank Councilman Madrigal for addressing the Rose Park. One of the main speaker at the Rose Park will be the Mexican Consul. And the Rose Park meeting is from 7 to 8:30 to 220 Driscoll Street. Should be a very good meeting, question and answer if you have. There's also a and that's tomorrow night. There's also a Blackstock North, Blackstock South meeting Thursday, 6 o'clock, Blackstock Junior High. There's another meeting, Pleasant Valley Estates, Thursday, the 9th, at 6:30, Hathaway Elementary School, 405 East Dolly Street. There's a East Village meeting, Rio Rosales Elementary School, Monday the 13th, 6:30 to 7:30, 1001 Koala. There's another meeting on Redwood Neighborhood Council on Thursday the 16th, 6 o'clock. Our Savior Evangelical Lutheran Church, 905 Redwood. There's another Mar Vista Neighborhood Council meeting on Thursday the 16th at the Mar Vista Elementary School Library, 2382 Edding Road. And also, tomorrow night, there's an INCO Council meeting here in this building at 6 o'clock. All the neighborhood council chairs, and the people that are unaware, if they're in a neighborhood council chair, they can find things out. But last, I'd like to address Runyon, Reverend Pastor Runyon. He's absolutely right. We should say something. We should have said something for the Pacific Islanders and Asians that were beat up and murdered. We should say something for the Palestinians that are beat up and murdered. The blacks, the whites, the this and the that's. We should say something. To designate one group is significant. I have no idea if the council would do that, but I think Mr. Runyon's idea is either an item worth exploring. And finally, there are certain residents in the city that demand services, and they deserve those services, but they don't deserve more than any other citizens and residents in this city, whether they're in the north end, the south, east, or the west. The area that I represent has a preponderance of people that ask for services, and some of them ask for way more, in my opinion, than they are entitled to. I believe in share and share alike. I shouldn't get any more service from my residents than any other council member up here. I got on this council when I represented the entire city. Now I have a district. It works out that way. I enjoy that. But people have to realize there's a limited pot. And if you have a cake, and it's a better example, a pizza, cut up into 16 pieces, and you invite 22 people to your party with 16 pieces of pizza, how are you going to handle those 4 extra people? That's the situation the city handles with the limited purse that it has and the obligations that some of these same residents that raised Cain never said a thing when those obligations were generated decades ago. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Arthur Valenzuela.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Perella took some of my comments. So this Thursday, 6:30 p.m. At Blackstock Junior High, Blackstock North and South will be meeting at the junior high. And then on Thursday, November 16th at 6 p.m., the Redwood Council will be meeting at the Lutheran Church on Redwood Street. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to meet with some leaders from CAUSE, dealing with their adult committee and how we can work to improving South Oxnard moving forward. And something I attended, I think 2 Sundays ago, was an event hosted by PSL Ventura regarding some of the conflict right now taking place in Israel and Gaza. I just wanted to recognize as a local elected like that, Hamas is not a representative for the Palestinian people, and the Israeli army is not a representative for the Jewish people. So as my role, I'm asking our representatives for a ceasefire or at least a humanitarian pause. I hope this would come forth with a multilateral United Nations approach. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to share that, look, if you continue this, you're going to have to leave the chamber here. Please respect the rest of the folks that are here. Thank you so much. I just want to share that I also attended quite a few events, and one of the important events that I attended was Casa de Vida's the 18th annual anniversary. Casa de Vida is a rehab and alcohol program for many, numerous men and women here in the city of Oxnard. And they help them return to productive and normal lives, a normal lifestyle for the people. And I really want to thank Casa de Vida for the work that they're doing. They help clean our alleys, they help clean our streets, remove trees, and really help out with the community. And they have done an excellent job for some of the folks that are going through rehab. And also, I just want to say that they have helped Marvin Booz. How many people know Marvin Booz? He cleans our city. And Mr. Michael Mercurio. They're out there helping every single day, and I really appreciate that. In fact, they're going to help us with a Veterans Memorial. And I also want to thank our Councilmember Turan for an excellent, he was a keynote speaker there Saturday, for an excellent job that he did in supporting Casa de Vida and all the folks there that are really doing their drug and alcohol rehab positions, and I really commend them for the work that they're doing. Thank you. Okay, our next item is the item, this is the review of the consent items, and we have 1 to 8 items. And council members, I have several items that, speakers that like to speak on item K2, and I'd like to start off with that in the consent, and then we'll go into our council members.
Okay, you mean like in pulling it? We're pulling number 2?
Yeah, well, people want to talk on number 2, so we'll start off with that number 2.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll start off with some of the speakers that they spoke, So the first person that we have is Mark Ross, followed by Isabel Payne. Mark Ross. Is he on virtual or here?
Yes, Mark Ross is virtually. Mark, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Oh, I just wanted to thank the council, the planning commission, the planning department, and the council for their support of these projects. We're providing 376 affordable senior housing units. And I'm here if there's any questions, but I just want to thank everyone for their support for the project.
Thank you. So our next speaker here for K2 is Isabel Payne, followed by Valeria Rendez. Isabel Payne, is she virtual or here?
Isabel, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes. Isabel, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Isabel Payne. I've lived in Ventura County for 25 years now and currently work in Oxnard at a community mental health center. I'm here to speak against agenda item K2, wherein the Oxnard Police Department is seeking approval of the purchase of military equipment. In my professional experience, I work with young adults between the ages of 16 to 25 years old, most of them in which live here in Oxnard and then the greater county. These young adults experience severe mental illness, and some of the other things that they struggle with include homelessness, lack of access to transportation, basic needs like water or hygiene, education, and pretty much most basic necessities. This, in turn, impacts their mental health, but I also witness the impact that the police department here in Oxnard has had on some of these clients and some of the interactions that I've had with the police department where I'm called to a crisis with clients. The police will often come late, and when they get there, they may stand outside, kind of assess the situation, and then they say that they can't do anything because the only solution would be to shoot my clients. And as you might recall, I say I work with clients who have severe mental illness, in which I believe this is a very inappropriate response. I believe the money that would be or is being proposed to be funded for the Oxnard Police Department could go to greater uses, such as improving poverty rates, homelessness, job security, and transportation for young adults, as well as just the community here in Oxnard. I love Ventura County. I love where I live, and I want to continue helping my clients and see that they have hope in their livelihood as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Valeria Rendez. Is that virtual or is she here? Valeria?
She's virtually.
Okay.
Valeria, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, greetings, Oxnard City Council. My name is Valeria Resendez, she, her, and I've lived in Oxnard since 1999. As someone who's been considered an Oxnard success story by today's fun fact, by the fact that I was Wainimi High School salutatorian and a Ventura County Star Scholar in 2016, and I graduated from the University of Southern California with a degree in political science, non-governmental organizations, and education, I hereby express my strong dissent for agenda item K2, the purchase and use of military equipment by my city's police department systemically cannot make Oxnard any safer. And I say this grounded in appreciation for all life forms. I express my dissent with consciousness that the OPD has had supportive relationships with the State of Israel and their national police and defense forces. I speak knowing that Israel structurally imposes a criminal apartheid regime against Palestinians, which countless human rights groups, Jewish organizations, and the United Nations have condemned. I'm here today highly angered that part of my city's crime-stopping strategy has been to receive training and inspiration from international crime committers. Witnessing the power that advanced military equipment has had in the context of the Palestinian genocide, I'm here today redirecting my city's funding away from continued militant violence. Vote no on Section K, Item 2. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Brian Rodriguez. Is it virtual or is it here?
Brian is virtual.
Okay.
Brian, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. I would like to also speak on item K2, and I want to start off by reading part of AB 481, Section 1, subsection A. Quote, the acquisition of military equipment and its deployment in our communities adversely impacts, excuse me, I'll start over. Quote, the acquisition of military equipment and its deployment in our communities adversely impacts the public safety and welfare, including increased risk of civilian deaths, significant risk to civil rights, civil liberties, and physical and psychological well-being, and incurment of significant financial costs. Military equipment is more frequently deployed in low-income Black and Brown communities, meaning the risks and impacts of police militarization are experienced most acutely in marginalized communities, end quote. Now, that wasn't from Antifa. That wasn't from any fringe left-wing group. That was the law. That was the California state legislature and signed by the governor. And I actually think the state legislature did a good job in this bill, and kind of acknowledging the disproportionate use of military equipment in communities like ours. And, I would respectfully request that this county not move forward with item K2. I'd mentioned this when, the military equipment report came to the council before. We fly our drones more than the city of Santa Clarita and the city of San Diego. And quite frankly, I do take issue with that. I do take umbrage with that. And I don't know how many of you watched the State of the County, but according to the State of the County that just happened the other day, we are the largest, safest county in California. We are an incredibly safe community. And so I don't think there is a need to militarize our police. And now you may quibble at, the term military equipment, but the fact is that the law defines these items as military equipment. And so you could talk to our local representatives to try and get that change, but the fact remains that that won't happen. The state legislature has stood firm on this issue and has acknowledged the disproportionate impact of these items on communities of color. And so
30 seconds.
Not continue to militarize our police. And so again, I respectfully request that you do not move forward with this item. And it also didn't even go through committee. And so again, please don't move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla Alejandra. Is she virtual or here?
Carla is virtual. Carla, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Clean, working public bathrooms, proper bus stops with shade, planting trees along school routes to provide shade for students on hot days, updating bike lanes to be safer, fixing the heavily potholed alleys in South Oxnard, more public events for kids and teens. All of these are only some of the hundreds of options for the city of Oxnard to invest money in, but you don't. Instead, you authorize millions of dollars for the public police budget. Last year, Police Chief Benitez made a total of $415,368 in total pay and benefits. On average, regular cops working for OPD receive around $200,000 in total pay and benefits per year. There are hardworking people who make this city run who will never see yearly pay like that in their lives. OPD does not need money, and especially not money for military equipment. You do not need to allow this. You need to invest in what the people of Oxnard need. Year after year, and some of you have been up there for several years, you keep investing in the militarization of Oxnard. When these cops harass, brutalize, and kill people in Oxnard, it's on all of you, because you are giving them the tools of violence and paying them hundreds of thousands of dollars for it. Every homeless person living in the streets, every child who never gets to see their parent because they need to work themselves to the bone because rent is so high, you did that. Every single one of you, because you would rather sit here and commend cops who shoot and brutalize people and continue to give them money to keep doing it instead of doing your job and looking out for the people you serve. And regarding Bert Perello's comment earlier, no, I would not call cops when something happens to me. Go talk to people who actually call cops when something happens and let them tell you that if they show up, it's hours later. And let me tell you that I remember you, Perello, when we would speak in regards to Alfonso Limon and Megan Hockaday and Robert Ramirez. And I remember the things that you said and that you told us back when we would speak. So I know exactly who you are and the type of person that you are.
Okay, our next speaker is, are you done, Carla? Okay, the next speaker is Hosa.
Mayor Zaragoza, Josiah is currently not available virtually or in person.
Okay, then we go with Davina Garcia.
Davina, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello.
Hello?
My name is Davina Garcia, and I was born and raised in Oxnard. I am speaking today on K2 of the agenda, the Oxnard Police Department's military equipment purchase of unmanned aerial vehicles and light sound diversionary devices, more commonly known as drones and flashbangs. The purpose of this agenda item is to seek approval from the city to, quote, replenish and replace previously city-approved military equipment. I would like to reiterate that the city of Oxnard has already approved of the OPD's use of military equipment in the past and has been directly involved in the militarization of the police in this city. This is also occurring at a time when the U.S. is funding a genocide in Palestine by providing billions of dollars to the Israeli military to kill innocent civilians. From Oxnard to Palestine, military force and military tactics are being approved and overfunded by our public officials to kill, harass, monitor, and harm innocent civilians. The use of military equipment by local law enforcement on unarmed civilians is a testament of the city's and the police department's attempt at menacing the same public that they swear to serve and protect. The use of drones by law enforcement contributes to a global increase of surveillance where the public's privacy is compromised and our daily activities are being monitored. Though the OPD claims these drones are not used for patrols or surveillance activities, the data captured by these drones is subject to being processed by artificial intelligence technology that has a history of being racist and discriminatory by design. This increase in surveillance technology within the Oxnard Police Department is normalized through the guise of protecting the safety of the public. But let me just say, none of this feels normal. Have you ever felt like you're being watched? It's because you probably are. If you're questioning the increase in the surveillance state within Oxnard, please realize that in the past 7 years, OPD has been approved to purchase and utilize body-worn cameras, facial recognition technology, an increase in street cameras, license plate recognition technology, and drones. Approving this agenda item will be continuing the militarization of the Oxnard Police Department and will contribute to the increased surveillance of people in Oxnard. End the militarization of the Oxnard Police Department, defund the police, and invest back into the community. I oppose agenda item K2 and urge the City Council to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Crymina. Is she virtually or here?
She's virtual.
Hmm.
Carmina, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Carmina. I'm here to speak against agenda item K2, where Oxnard Police Department is seeking the approval of the purchase of military equipment. Instead of resorting to buying more military equipment, money can be better spent on de-escalation techniques, our school and education for our youth, into our libraries, and into community welfare. Buying more military equipment will put people with disabilities in danger, our houseless neighbors in danger, people with mental crises at risk, our Black and brown neighbors in danger, and the U.S. government is sending billions of dollars a year to Israel to fund the genocide of Palestinians. Military violence the U.S. funds and supports needs to be defunded from Palestine to the streets of Oxnard. More military equipment means more harm and is an abuse of power. Shame on you, Oxnard police. Our neighborhoods are not battlegrounds. If you need military-grade equipment for unarmed civilians, shame on you, you're a coward. There is no safety found through violence. Abolish the police and surveillance straight. We will never forget Alfonso Limon, Megan Hockaday, Adam Barcenas, Christian Baltazar, and Michael Owens. Say their names. And to refer to someone earlier, a common response to defunding the police is, who are you going to call? First, I'll call my neighbor, and then I'll call my other neighbor, and then I'll call my other neighbor. They are going to be quicker than any police department, and community-based alternatives exist. And also, referring to someone earlier who referred to Black people as Blacks, let me remind you how that has racist implications and is very dehumanizing. It's Black people. People first. Language matters. And no to funding military equipment that has the potential of harming our families, friends, and our neighbors. I strongly oppose Agenda K2. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Naomi, virtually or in person.
Mayor Zaragoza, Naomi is currently not, oh, sorry, she's
Naomi?
here.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Noemi Tungui, and my family and I have lived in Oxnard since the early 90s. I'd like to first start by giving a shout out to SEIU workers. I'm a former community mental health worker, SEIU. I wish I could say good evening, but it's devastating and it's a painful evening. We're witnessing a genocide committed by the Israeli government on our Palestinian community members and are left feeling helpless. All the while, our local city council brings forth a recommendation to, quote, approve the police department's purchase and use of small unmanned aerial vehicles and light sound diversionary devices, which are defined by California government code as military equipment. It's troubling to find that the Oxnard Police Department and Ventura County Sheriff's Departments have traveled in the past to Israel in recent years to meet with Israeli National Police and Israel Defense Forces to receive training on, quote, terrorism, border and airport security, maintaining safety and access to holy sites, the role of advanced technology in policing and use of media during a crisis. Yet it's so ironic, so hypocritical, and extremely troubling given that Israel is committing a full-on genocide today and has been for decades. We see Oxnard and Israel's relationship through the current militancy in our communities, excessive force, and even death of beloved community members named here today and named over and over throughout the years. I know it from experience as well as a former caseworker at a recuperative homeless shelter here in Ventura County, where my clients were former veterans who you supposedly honored today through words but not actions. I also currently work as helping domestic violence victims through my cup. And today, a lot of my colleagues were at the Truth Act Forum at the Ventura County Board of Supervisors meeting to tell the Ventura County Sheriffs to stop voluntarily working with ICE. As you know, it's really upsetting. So instead of receiving training from those committing genocide abroad, further traumatizing unhoused community and separating our families, reject this recommendation and put funds to actually protect our communities. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Thea Ramirez, followed by Leo Martinez. Thea Ramirez, followed by Leo Martinez.
Hello, everyone.
Come on.
My name is Talia Ramirez. I have never been to something like this, and I am clearly very uncomfortable doing it. I really don't know where to start with all this. I just kind of think it's really unnecessary that I even felt compelled to come to something like this. I think it's clear that there is atrocities happening to our Palestinian brothers and sisters by the Israeli government, and it's just as upsetting as our last speaker just said that we watch it happen, unfold in front of us, and that while watching it happen, we still have this proposition up to provide military-grade equipment to our local police when we passed out this flyer for our veterans, right? So why can't we put that money into our veteran programs? Why can't we put that money into our unhoused people? There's an unhoused man by that parking lot. Do you guys know? He's sitting out there with blankets. He's cold. I find it devastating, and it makes no sense to me for us to have flyers like this and to have our people literally outside while it's so cold, when we could put all that money there instead. And I'm sure you're gonna be fucking tired of hearing this all night, and that's fine, and I accept that. I just want you to think about it a little more when we have our own people right here who are suffering. We don't need to provide for weapons. It just doesn't make any sense if we're supposed to be one of the safest counties, right? We're supposed to be one of the safest cities. Why do we need weapons? We're fine. But you know what we're lacking in? We're lacking in mental health. We're lacking in housing. We're lacking in our schools. And that makes no sense to me. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leo Martinez, followed by Jacob Travers. Leo Martinez.
It's been a while, but as usual, I'm here to complain about you guys giving more money to cops. In this particular case, the caucasity to think that it would be even right to propose buying military-grade equipment with the current situation that's happening, when you guys can't even manage the budget that it is now. Like, you guys are talking about privatizing the permitting department. There's no paper towels in the bathroom, and my hands were wet the 3 times I went because the electric dryer doesn't work, but we're gonna buy more military equipment. Like, and it doesn't, I get that it's tempting to thumb through the catalogs, maybe white phosphorus is on sale, I don't know what you guys are trying to eyeball here, but I remember specifically when Alfonso Limon got shot. I remember the battles that we had to go through to get you guys to be somewhat okay with body cams. And fast forward now, I get to watch murder in 4K when a police officer shot at Michael Owens. That it's not even about getting police more training, because clearly that hasn't worked. Carla was talking earlier about Megan Hockaday. I remember Roger Garcia, the officer that shot Megan Hockaday within 20 seconds of showing up at her apartment, was certified in all kinds of things that you guys wanted in conflict resolution and all these other things. That went right out the door. It's ridiculous. It's not about more training. I mean, it's absurd that we even have to have these discussions when, like millions of speakers before me have said over the years, there's a bunch of other issues going on. And arming more military-grade equipment to what? To upgrade their little Bobcat tank? To get another tank? Not even, maybe more production value on the next shooting when Officer Benitez is over there telling us for 5 minutes how body cams work, as if we didn't know. Like, it's not more training, it's not, there's a million other answers out here, and you guys insist on trying to get more and more money to the cops when they already get more money than everybody else in the county. That's it.
Please. Okay, Jacob Travers, followed by Leah. Jacob.
All right. Hello, my name is Jacob Travers, and I'm a lifelong resident of Oxnard. I'm here today to speak against Agenda Item K2, wherein the Oxnard Police Department seeks approval to purchase more military equipment. It is easy to see and common knowledge that our community needs money for jobs, education, housing, infrastructure, and these are obvious necessities in our community. It does not take any sort of expert study or consultancy to come to this simple reality we see every day. Yet we are here genuinely considering whether we should spend more of our hard-earned and limited taxes on even more unnecessary military equipment for the police. I would like to reiterate, as others have made clear, we do not want to spend our money on militarizing our community. This does not help us. Every day, people in Oxnard are struggling with rising costs of living. We are told we don't have enough money for common sense necessities. Parks and public bathrooms are closing. Our schools are underfunded. Public transit is unreliable. Our roads and infrastructure are failing and dangerous. And working people are being kicked out of their homes and neighborhoods as rents continue to rise. Much of the Oxnard working class lives paycheck to paycheck and are an accident away from losing their jobs or housing. My partner has seen this firsthand with 3 coworkers she helped hire in the last 3 months. Each of these 3 social workers in our community lost their cars for various reasons. Each of them tried to continue their jobs riding bikes in transit to the homes of families they serve. Each of them had to look for new jobs because our roads and transit were not safe or efficient enough to serve them, even temporarily. This is just one of the many ways of our members of our community are at risk. Yet rather than use our hard-earned tax dollars to fight simple and obvious risks, our government uses our taxes to send billions every year funding the genocide of Palestinians. And we are spending billions every year so companies can profit off the militarization and degradation of our own communities. Voting to further fund the Oxnard Police Department to purchase military equipment is in direct opposition of what we know we need to do to help our community. This further equips OPD to increase the surveillance and harassment they enact in our community. This military violence needs to be defunded, from Palestine to the streets of Oxnard. It's time we start spending our resources on actually helping people instead of spending to destroy people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Leah, I can't read the last name, Leah, because, and then followed by Hannah. Leah?
My name is Leah Demhoseni. I am an Arab Muslim, and I am a longtime resident of Ventura County. I am here tonight with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, fellow anti-war activists, and tenant organizers to defiantly speak out against agenda item K2 and the efforts of the Oxnard police to further militarize their already brutal and violent police force. For the past 30 days, we have watched US politicians drum up their genocidal, dehumanizing rhetoric against Muslims and Arabs. We have watched Ventura County leaders either be completely silent on US-driven genocide or even watch as our electeds call for the continued carpet bombing of Gaza, where the death count stands at 10,000. We hear your silence every day, City Council electeds. We hear your deafening silence on US funding genocide. As international working people, as people living in the diaspora because we were displaced due to US's cynical intervention strategies abroad, we know US militaristic occupation abroad and US militarism at home are inextricably linked. I wish more than anything that our taxes paid for education, healthcare, and public housing. I fight every day as a proud socialist for a better future where our collective funds are truly used for developing our educational capacity, our healthcare, our parks, our roads. But our money is never used for public goods. It's used for war and the police. We know that when we pay our taxes, they are soaked in blood. We know our taxes pay for the harassment and terror campaigns conducted by ICE and for the carpet bombing carried out against our sisters and brothers in Syria, Iraq, Palestine, Afghanistan, Sudan, and the Congo. Let us not forget that the Oxnard Police Department visited the colonial apartheid state of Israel for the purposes of attending what they call counterterrorism training in Israel in September of 2014 after a brutal carpet bombing campaign against Gaza. There is a direct and well-documented correlation between the militarization of police in the US and the genocide being carried out by the Israeli occupation forces against Palestinians. We know Oxnard PD has a relationship with the IOF, the Israeli occupation forces, and we know that the purchase of military equipment at this time, which has been notoriously used against protesters, is not a coincidence. We also recognize Oxnard Police Department's long history of terrorizing, harassing, and murdering community members.
Thank you.
Working class
Thank you.
people,
Thank you,
internationalist
ma'am.
people, we all say no to militarization.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hannah, followed by Ryan Dury. Hannah. I can't read your writing, I'm sorry. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name is Amy Hanna, and I'm speaking against item K2. Alfonso Limon, 21 years old, killed on October 13, 2012 by Oxnard police. After Alfonso's murder, the department agreed to educate its officers to avoid incidents like this in the future. And then what happened? Let me tell you. Megan Hockaday, 26 years old, killed on March 28, 2015. Adam Barcena, 60 years old, killed on March 12, 2023. Christian Baltazar, 18 years old, killed on April 7, 2023. Michael Owens, 24 years old, killed on April 28, 2023. I say their names, all killed by Oxnard police. You may notice that police have killed 3 people this year alone. The police are already militarized. Why do you need more weapons? Who are you afraid of? They are the ones with the guns, with the batons, with the tasers. That does not condone any right to use these weapons on people who are going through a mental crisis. I'm thinking about Michael Owens. You don't just shoot people who are struggling to even find footing in reality. Cops do not get to decide who dies and who lives. How about what we need is more funding for mental health support and services? Perhaps if we, as a community, paid attention to what our neighbors needed, we wouldn't need such violent punishment. In a 2022 report created by FoodShare Ventura County, they found that 1 in 4 people in this county are food insecure. 69% have to choose between eating or paying their bills. 66% have to choose between eating or paying for medical care, and 31% have to choose between eating and education. City Council has a responsibility to serve our needs, and it turns out that our collective basic need of food security is not even being met. How about you take some time to prioritize the nourishment of the children of Oxnard before you decide to further weaponize a police force that doesn't need more murderous tools? Police should be here to protect, not to harass, not to kill, not to fill us with fear. You are elected to serve us. We realize with each day that this war goes on, we are living under a false sense of democracy. City Council of Oxnard, we challenge you to fund community growth as opposed to community punishment. Free Palestine, stop genocide. Don't fail us.
Okay, we have Ryan Drury followed by Taylor Buck.
My name is Ryan. I'm an anti-war activist and an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I'm here tonight to strongly urge this council to vote against item K2, which calls for further funding the military equipment for the Oxnard Police Department. I was born and raised in Ventura County, and over the past few years, I've seen how hard it is for the residents of Oxnard to survive. Gas and groceries are getting more expensive, roads and infrastructure are deteriorating, funding for our schools is dwindling, public transit can't be relied on, and renters are being evicted left and right. Not only is day-to-day life for the average member of Oxnard working class getting more difficult, they have to deal with the constant harassment, humiliation, brutalization, and surveillance from the Oxnard Police Department. From the murder of Alfonso Limon, Megan Hockaday, Michael Owens, Christian Balthazar, Adam Bercenas, and many others, OPD's history of violence against Oxnard residents is well documented. And there should be no doubt as to what their intentions are with this military equipment should the council choose to vote against their constituents' wishes and further arm this unaccountable force of terror that is the Oxnard Police Department. Ask anyone from the working class of Oxnard and they'll tell you that the OPD is no friend of the people of this city. Why is it that when people ask for healthcare, education, food, student debt relief, and transportation, the government that claims to speak in our name says that we don't have a dime to spare and that you guys are on your own? But when it comes to Israel needing more bombs and bullets to slaughter Palestinians, or when Oxnard Police Department needs flash grenades, armored vehicles, and drones to surveil and terrorize the people of Oxnard, there's no limit to how much you are all willing to spend. It's because US imperialism and the US police force are two sides of the same fascist coin. They're tied at the hip. The Palestinian genocide is not a distant abstraction here. Our government cannot fund, arm, and co-sign the occupation and genocide of a native population and not expect the extension of that violence to be visited on our population domestically. In fact, the Israeli occupation forces, who are famous for their colonial brutality against Palestinians, actually conduct training exchanges with many of the police departments in the country, including OPD, so that OPD can more effectively target black and brown people disproportionately for brutalization, surveillance, and even murder. OPD is the boot on the neck of the people of Oxnard, and the City Council cannot vote to further fund their militarization. The people of Oxnard stand against police terror from Ventura County to Palestine. Oxnard City Council must vote no on item K2.
Okay, Taylor Buck followed by Mike Montoya.
Good evening. I got butterflies on my tummy, so I'm gonna be a little nervous here. First, I'd like to say I support the local union. I think it was 721, and plead that you heed their and my request to keep good union jobs in Oxnard. Secondly, I'll say that there is nothing that I'm going to say right now better than what anyone else has already said, but y'all will just have to hear it anyway. So I'm speaking against item K2. I encourage everyone in support of such funding to ask yourself where the roots of crime come from. Most people here in this room live paycheck to paycheck, and that's true throughout Oxnard, to New York City and every place in between. Crime won't stop because you've increased the firepower and surveillance capabilities of the police. Crime stops when you lift people out of poverty and build a city that helps its vulnerable, not locks them away. We want funding for affordable housing. We want funding for public transit. We want funding for schools. We want funding for parks, roads. My homie over at the library, we want funding there. We want funding for healthcare, something I understand, the state and federal government can provide, yet they choose to spend the funding on, terrorism abroad. So I'm asking Oxnard City Council to not make a similar mistake. OPD has taken the lives of a handful of our brothers and sisters. May we never forget them. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Montoya, followed by Angel Movie. Montoya.
Hello. My name is Mike Montoya, and I'm a local peace activist and organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I am here to express my opposition to the approval of Oxnard Police Department's expansion of its already existing military inventory. Oxnard and Ventura County is all I've ever known. After 33 years, it is a part of my identity. But as each day passes, it becomes more and more difficult to hold on to that identity as the cost to live in Oxnard continues to skyrocket and the city that we love morphs into something that's almost unrecognizable. You can see our city decaying as you pass through the streets and neighborhoods of our childhoods, while what seems to be an endless investment is taking place in a very concentrated area of the city. To put it simply, people are struggling. The same people who built the Oxnard we have come to love. We are gasping for relief as we endure unprecedented housing, gas, and grocery prices. We are digging our way out of never-ending debt cycles from medical bills and educational costs. We are scraping by in so many ways, both as a people and as a community. Which is why I strongly oppose the use of valuable funding to further expand OPD's military inventory instead of offering actual relief to the community. The constant pursuit to arm and militarize our police department has only and will only lead to the further oppression of the working class here in Oxnard. We can look back at the murders of Alfonso Limon Jr. and Megan Hockaday as examples of OPD's long history of violence against the community members, or to the failed gang injunction that the people of Oxnard are very familiar with, seeing the oppression and terrorizing of community members in real time solely based on how they look, how they dress, and where they live. Granting OPD the approval to expand their military inventory would result in more harm to our most vulnerable community members, because the job of the police in the United States and in Oxnard is not to make us safe, but to criminalize and brutalize the working class in the name of so-called progression. I implore everyone listening to take a look at Oxnard Police Department's Policy 708 that can be found on their website. This document details all military equipment OPD already has, the quantity of each item, as well as the cost. I look at this list of military equipment already in the hands of OPD, and I ask, how else could this money have been spent to better the lives of our community? When it comes to paying for food, education, and healthcare, we are told there's no money to be found. But when it comes to the oppression of Black and brown communities in Oxnard, as well as the U.S. support for oppression across the globe, such as the ongoing genocide of Palestinians, we see blank checks handed out. I urge this council to vote no on Section K, Item 2, denying OPD the request to purchase more equipment that can be used to oppress our community. Instead, I implore you all to consider ways in which the city funding can better be utilized to uplift us.
Okay, next speaker is Angel Bowie, followed by Sarah. And this M, I can't read the last name, but Angel.
Hello all, my name is Angel Marie, here to oppose item K2 to fight against the further militarization of Oxnard and Ventura County. I am a local college student attending CSU Channel Islands. We the students have been fighting against police oppression on our campus for years. Cal State Channel Islands is the only state university in Ventura County, and it is an HSI, Hispanic Serving Institute. The majority of students are students of color. Thus, the majority of our students are subjected to and experience excessive police harassment and police brutality on campus because they do not protect us. They silence us, confine us, and harm us. I am able to continue my education nonetheless because of my wonderful community and fearlessness. I am also able to afford my overpriced tuition with Chapter 35 VA benefits. If you're unfamiliar, it means the government pays for military service members' dependents' tuition after they either die in service or retire with substantial disability caused by their military service. My father is still alive, but is nothing but a shell of what he used to be. He retired with 100% disability from serving in the US military. That is the sacrifice a hood rat from South Central LA had to make to send his daughter to college. He gave over 20 years of his life to the military and hated every second. Having his humanity stripped away from him whilst being forced to use militarization to strip away rights from innocent people across the globe. Militarization is not only cruel to innocent civilians everywhere, not just harmful to local communities, but also harmful to the very people forced to serve in it and their families. Militarization is harmful to everyone. Use the funds to support education and the community students who are barely getting by as is. Oppose K2.
Sarah, followed by Josh Rahman. Sarah, followed by Rahman.
Hello, my name is Sara Michelle, and I have grown up in Ventura County for the last 20 years. I'm here today to speak against Agenda Item K2, wherein the Oxnard Police Department is seeking approval of the purchases of military equipment. The city of Oxnard has a history of misuse when it comes to the city's money. Since 2014, over $68 million has illegally been taken from their utility ratepayers. Reimbursement of only $36 million has been returned, but they still have it in their budget to provide an additional $1.1 million for the police department in 2023 to 2024. Meanwhile, the residents of Oxnard have to suffer from underfunded schools, park closures, crumbling roads, and lack of access to proper health care. Not to mention, Oxnard has the highest unhoused population in Ventura County, with only $200,000 for the unhoused encampment cleanups provided in 2023 to 2024 general fund budget. Even with more than enough issues to fix at home, the US government still opts to use our tax dollars to send billions of dollars a year to Israel to fund their genocide of Palestinians. Voting to further fund the Oxnard Police Department to purchase military equipment further equips the OPD to increase the terror and harassment they visit upon the Oxnard community. The military violence in the US funds and supports needs to be defunded from Palestine to the streets of Oxnard. OPD has a long history of terrorizing, harassing, and murdering community members. We will never forget Alfonso Limon, Megan Hockaday, Adam Barcinas, Christian Balthazar, Michael Owens. We will never forget the relentless ICE raids and harassment imposed upon our neighbors. It is an insult for the already massively funded police department to ask for more funding for drones and flashbang grenades. I strongly oppose Agenda Item K2 and implore City Council to stand on the side of the people and reject this proposal. Viva, viva Palestina.
Okay. Roman, followed by Lucy Castellana. Roman, thank you.
I'm a short one. Evening, I'm Jasmine Roman. I am another lifelong liver of Oxnard, California. I am multi-generational. Many members of my family have lived here since before these lands were even California, right? My mom immigrated here with her family back in the 70s, right? So this has been home for many generations. That being said, I can tell you, because you are all residents of this area too, all of the issues that we had. I can repeat every single thing that every single person has said. But I know that you know the issues, because look at those fun facts that you gave us, that you yourself admitted are not fun. They're fart facts because they stink and they're depressing, right? Like, you just listed so many things that were wrong here in our city. We know what's wrong. We can see it around us. You have children in the district. I work in the district. Do you know how hard and depressing it is to go into these schools and to work with children who are struggling with their mental health, and to see how they are treated in our public schools, and to also see that they don't even have classrooms provided for them in the majority of the schools of our district? It's one or two here or there. How is that okay? Again, we have all of the answers here of what is wrong, what we need to fix, what we should try to do better on. And that is not more police funding. We don't need that.
Are we some insurgents, right? Are we terrorists here as civilians in Oxnard? We're just civilians. We're just human beings too, right? Let me speak to you human to human right now. Why do we need to spend more money on military funding and military weapons for our police force that is meant to protect our civilians? How does that add up? We already have an in-house military force in America. If they want so badly to have military weapons, they can go join up there. That is not what our police force is for. So yes, I urge you in terms of K2 to show your dissent, to use your voice, and to start actually spending money on the stuff that we need. I don't want my niece to grow up here and my future children to potentially grow up here and have to deal with military forces from the police who were meant to protect them. And I know that you all don't want that either. So look into your hearts, look into your homes, go look into your children's eyes, your wife's eyes, your husband's eyes, your partner's eyes, and really, really think about if this is what you want, if this is the legacy that you want to leave here in Oxnard. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Lucy Casajena, followed by Shemuda Lopez. Lucy?
Cartagena, that's my last name. First and foremost, I just want to say, damn, you guys killed it. That's the power of the youth right there.
Lucy, address the chair, Lucy. Thank you.
That's the power of the youth right there.
Thank you.
Address them. That's your constituents right there. That's your constituents right there. We came years ago talking about, everybody, let's not forget Roberto Ramirez, but we came years ago talking about police brutality and different things happening. Now the youth come up and rise like Raiz as they come and speak. I cannot articulate as well as they did, and I cannot even come close to bringing up the things we've talked about for decades now. But I can tell you, these are your voters, and this is what they want. And if you can't hear it, you'll feel it. Today is voting day, November 7th, voting day. What we do know is that there is minimal evidence to prove that surveillance reduces any type of crime or prevents it. So we know that we're dropping money with no proof or evidence that it will help, none whatsoever. So you can't sit here and say what exactly it's going to help because you already have what you need to help you. What you do know is that there is evidence that putting resources and monies back into the community works for the criminal justice system. We know that educating the youth helps the criminal justice system. We know that prisons are built based by reading, where the reader's age group is. We know that's how America builds prisons. So if we know and we have actual facts, there is no facts to substantiate that bringing military equipment into a community will help it in any way, shape, or form. So the only reason you would possibly approve something like that, knowing the facts, knowing and hearing the youth cry out, and knowing and hearing your constituents that they don't want to see this in their community that you represent, then you are just doing a disservice to your community and doing a disservice to what you sit there for. So really think hard about who you are serving and what purpose it is serving, because you're not serving the community, you're serving the police, which is not serving the community, because that's a whole different entity. They're funded to do a job. The same way they come into a school, their only job is to cite and arrest, but yet we still keep them, and the city keeps that contract, that $1 million contract with the school district, but their only job is to cite and arrest students. That's it. So let's be realistic about what exactly their job is in the community and to us.
Thank you, Lucy. Please. Mr. Lopez, Shemuda Lopez. And followed by Reverend Runyon.
It's Chamuco. How's everyone doing? Zaragoza,
Thank you.
Tehran. I also, this is just off the top. Obviously, I'm vote against K2. for all the reasons everyone before me has listed. Another reason too, and the reason why it's upsetting that you guys are voting on or proposing this to spend more money on military equipment is because I think in 2020 there was a VC article that you guys were gonna remodel my neighborhood park, Durley Park, and it was subject to be completed in 2023 or 2024, and there hasn't been anything. Nothing has changed except newer lights, and I wholeheartedly believe that those new lights are there just to have more like eyes on the people on the houses, people who sleep there, because they're extremely bright in the middle of the park where no one really walks through except where like homeless people sleep at. So yeah, just hopefully you guys can vote no and start getting projects started that were supposed to start 3 years ago, and also repave J Street's alleyway. It's really bad. The holes are like 3 inches deep. It's my car slams every single time I park in the alley. It's a busy street, and yeah. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, Reverend Greg Runyon.
Mayor, Council, before I get too far into what I wanted to say and everything else, I may not agree with everything that was said, but the passion and the engagement, I hope that continues in all that you do. I think it's really important to hear all the voices, and I find it very hard to disagree with this idea that we need to do better for our youth and we need to do better in those ways. But I also think it's very short-sighted when we don't think about all the things that we're not talking about. And while I hear military equipment, I had to read it twice because I don't want to see a tank going down the street. I don't want to see a helicopter landing on my front lawn. But I will tell you, Pastor Greg or not, if somebody takes my wife hostage, you better bet I want a flashbang. That's what I've been there and done some things in my life, and I'm not a person of color. I'm not a disenfranchised person, but I was a definite criminal. And whether we want to talk about it or ignore it, there are things that have to happen. Having said that, accountability is important. And while I support the police and I support this, I also think that if we are going to grow and if we are going to get better and we're going to do the things we say we're going to do, we have to be able to talk to people that we don't agree with and hear what we don't agree with, and then have a dialogue and have a discussion. I heard a lot of labels, and it's very funny that if you agree with somebody, you're a comrade. If you disagree, you're something else. But why can't we just disagree and be, as one person said, human beings? Why can't we figure out a way to coexist? Maybe it's idealistic for me to even say this. What if we did get to a place where we didn't have to have flashbangs and drones or guns? That would be great, but we're not there now. I don't want any of you to be subject to someone who thinks they can take the law into their own hands. Borderline happened. This tragedy happened in Thousand Oaks. There are mass shootings that happen all the time. There are things where officers in Maine ran in. We know all these things that happen. We may not want them to, but they happen. So I support this, but I also want to say it to the officers that support and everything else, accountability is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item, either virtually or in person?
Mayor Zaragoza, yes, we have one additional virtual speaker.
Okay.
Caller with phone number ending in 2981, please press *6 to unmute and introduce yourself if you like, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. My name is Solvit, and I'm a resident of Oxnard, speaking against further militarization of our city's police. As previous commenters, I think funding is better appropriated in mental health and much more for city's needs instead of more weapons. Earlier this year, our police was under scrutiny due to some instances connected to mental health calls, where one call resulted in the death of someone who was experiencing a mental health emergency. And it's very apparent to me that our local police can do better when it comes to responding to mental health emergencies, which is why I truly do believe that allocating funding so that mental health specialists can join in into mental health calls seems more reasonable instead of purchasing more weapons. I have this fear that has become more apparent and more real on the distress that our community has and the unrest when it comes to living in the city where the police is very much apparent and present and getting more funding and more support. I wanted to share my thoughts and really speak in favor of allocating this funding somewhere more in regards to mental health or the many more needs of our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam, any speakers virtually or in person?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Before we go to our council members, I just want to thank all the speakers that are here today. Thank you for coming in, and I think it's important. I know I heard about streets, I heard about schools, I heard about homelessness, I heard about all those issues, and we are very concerned about that too. As far as schools are concerned, they have a board there at the school boards. They have the high school board, the elementary school board, and with the passion that you have today, I think it's important that you go out there and speak to those folks too. But again, I just want to share with you that there's two sides to the concerns, two sides that are really important. Two sides, we need public safety, whether it's police or fire, and we also need the services that the people need. We have, the voters of Oxnard, passed Measure E, and Measure E is helping us out with the priorities that are fixing our parks, our streets, our alleys. But unfortunately, we also have other people that have filed lawsuits against us. For example, we want to fix our streets, and we have a person that filed lawsuits against us to fix our streets. And we have to now use funding to fix our streets because of the lawsuits. So there's two sides to a story. And my understanding, and I would like to call the chief just to give us a little bit of information, because this item that we have here, they call it military equipment, but it's not military equipment. It's not equipment that the police are using. It is called military because of that's how the legislators proposed it. But there's two sides to a story. And I'd like to have the police chief share the other side of the story. It's not military work as we shared, and we're not militarizing our police department, because I think it's extremely important to understand that. Let's go ahead again. There's two sides to a story, and again, it's really important that we support public safety. Please, you had your share. Thank you, sir. Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Benitez, Chief of Police. I agree, what is being said here this evening is that there are two fundamentally different sides that are looking at the same thing but seeing it two different ways. Mm-hmm. And I think that is our starting point with this particular issue. To the point of the term military equipment, yes, the legislation under the Government Code, Section 7070 through 7075, defines a list of items as being quote-unquote military equipment. That definition was defined by the assembly person that wrote the legislation back in 2020 or 2021. Mm-hmm. So that is, for all intents and purposes, we have to use the term military equipment. When you look at what is actually being used, there are some things in there that, when you look at this broad list, would be things that you would see in the military. And I believe when we brought this item to council probably nearly 2 years ago, we talked about a lot of these things that are not in our arsenal or not in our inventory. For example, the mine-resistant anti-personnel vehicles. We don't have anything like that. The City of Oxnard's inventory is relatively modest when you take a step back and you look at the inventories that law enforcement agencies in California are using. I can't speak for every agency. We don't participate in the military surplus program. It's known as the 1033 program. We do not receive that type of equipment anymore. We decided to liquidate that inventory several years ago, and we don't go there. So with that, things that are in this list, drones, for example, and I've mentioned this in a number of different forums before, but any person behind me in the audience can order a drone on Amazon and use it for whatever purposes that they choose. And that's for whether it's for lawful or unlawful purposes. The second I order that drone from Amazon and I take it to work with me, it is now considered military equipment. So there's a very much a double standard that's applied to this type of stuff. The equipment that we see in there includes less lethal equipment, less lethal munitions, beanbag shotguns, other projectiles that are intended to stop a person rather than kill that person. But yet it is still qualified as military equipment. In this profession, we do need tools to do our jobs. And over the years, the job has become a lot more complex. And because of that, we have to be resourceful and we have to have tools that can help us lend towards bringing incidents towards the most peaceful resolution as possible. So we have these tools, the drones, for example, flying cameras that we deploy during tactical incidents is to try to keep not just the officers safe, but the neighborhood safe. I can go into more detail about drones, but placing them over a house prior to a high-risk search warrant service lets them know if the person who is armed and dangerous is fleeing from the perimeter. And if so, they can follow them. This purchase that is before the council this evening, it's a little over $29,000 in materials. And to clarify a couple things that were brought up is that this is to simply replace and to replenish the existing inventory that the police department has. We're not expanding our inventory. We're replacing things that have been used through the course of work and through the course of training. We're not asking for any expansion of any type of funding to our budget. We are working from within our existing budget. And to that point, the funds that are being used for this purchase do not come from the city's general fund.
That's right.
It's very important to note that this comes from state law enforcement supplemental funding, as well as state and federal asset seizure funding, which is not the city's general fund money. Very important to note, and a lot of the equipment that is called what it is called. If you want to call the armored personnel carrier or armored rescue vehicle a tank, call it a tank, but it's not a tank. That was paid for with grant funding. Our city's general fund did not pay for these types of things. But overall, I think that there's this argument will continue on in a number of different forums over the years, and I can say that the sides will probably never agree. But I will say that to add to what Pastor Runyon said, when somebody is in a home and they are threatening the life of other people, there's times when this equipment is absolutely necessary. With us tonight, I have a couple of commanders that can speak to this from personal experience that they've seen during the course of their careers. And so I will leave it at that, and I will just simply take questions from the council.
Yeah, and thank you, Chief. I just want people to understand, because of legislation, they call it military, not because we're buying military equipment or using military equipment. And I think it's important that our people understand that, and I think it's important that people understand that, if you can hear me, that it's not military equipment. It has to be called because of the legislation.
Read the agenda item where it says military equipment.
It has to be named military equipment.
Because it is.
But let's not go ahead. You've had your part already, but I want to thank you, all of it, because we have priorities here in the city where we want to help the community. You need to help us too. Thank you for this. You've had your chance already, and thank you, Chief. Council members, we have items 1 to 8. Any questions, Councilman Turan?
Thank you. Chief, I have some clarifying questions that I'm hoping that everybody who's watching online tonight or on TV or in the audience can get this information to edify what we have in front of us, and that way we can be fully informed in moving forward on this. And this is not spin, this is not trying to put icing on anything. This is truly what is actually happening here so that everybody's clear on it, including the council up here. You already addressed it a little bit, but just to clarify, are these new purchases?
These purchases are just simply to replace items that are either lost or need to be replenished.
Okay, and so when we say that, we're not expanding on funding, we're not expanding in inventory, we're replacing items that have reached the end of their service life or are consumable items like the flashbangs that need to be replaced, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're not going to be adding additional funding to do this. It sounds like this has already been budgeted out of those specific allocations.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a picture that we can show or something about what the drones look like?
Yes, in the staff report, there are some pictures of the products that are in the actual narrative itself. So we thought that when we wrote the report, we wanted to show a picture which can say what it looks like.
Okay, and I hope that the general public can hear this as well, because I know when I hear a drone or even an unmanned aerial vehicle, especially when associated with military equipment, I imagine a small plane that is remotely controlled by somebody somewhere that does surveillance. Sometimes they have weapons. Those types of devices, is that what we have in front of us here?
Absolutely not. These are devices that you would often be able to buy in the retail market.
Okay, so consumers can buy these as well. So they're not military grade.
Yes.
Okay.
It's in the film industry. There are also such products can be found not just over retail, but they are found in civilian industries.
Thank you. And I want to make it clear too, for these drones that we're looking at, and I'm going to call them drones because the name in the staff report's too long. What is the purpose of Oxnard PD using these drones? What is the mission of them? Why do we have them, and how are they actually used?
So we've been using them for approximately 4 years now. We have a webpage on oxnardpd.org, which actually goes into more detail. So if I don't cover something today, there's more information available there, along with our policy and some of our uses. We have about 17 different uses for the drones. Whenever we fly them or deploy them, there is a mission category type. And so the leading ones being, I'll give you the top ones: tactical assist, crime scene documentation, traffic scene documentation, field operations support, special events information gathering, fireworks suppression, and enforcement. Those are the leading ones that were based on our 2022 report, where we had about 89 deployments.
Okay, and a tactical operation, in practice, what does that typically look like?
So that is a high-risk incident when officers are serving a high-risk search warrant that meets certain criteria that would present a level of hazard to the officers or the general public. That is when the drone would be deployed, typically as overwatch. It would be placed over the scene of the warrant service, and it would actually be there to relay any information should it become necessary.
So it's an overhead view of the property being served.
Essentially the same thing that a helicopter does, which is not necessarily considered to be military equipment.
Okay, and so when this type of operation is going on, you mentioned that there's criteria that has to be met. An officer can't just arbitrarily say, hey, let's get the drone out here. I want to take a look at that house or that backyard. Can they?
Not under those circumstances, no.
Okay. And that leads to policy around this. We do have policy in place for how these drones are operated and who can operate them. Is that correct?
We do. It's on our website. It's policy section 610. You'll find it has very rigid requirements for those who can actually operate a drone.
Okay. And how many officers do we have approximately who qualify this or have been trained in doing these operations?
About a dozen, and they're at every rank of the department between officer and commander.
Okay. And this policy, it is a public document that can be reviewed by folks, right?
Yes, it's on our webpage under the drones section.
Okay. And within the policy, there's a prohibited use section. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but off the top of your head, do you know some of the items on there? If not, I have them listed here.
Yes, conducting random patrol or surveillance activity. So if it's a random surveillance, we don't do that. Monitoring a person based solely on individual characteristics, such as but not limited to race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, disability, gender, or sexual orientation. Harassing, intimidating, or discriminating against any individual or group, as well as conducting any type of personal business. And especially note that our unmanned aerial systems do not carry weapons or armament of any kind.
Okay, so these are the prohibited uses for the drones.
Yes.
And just in general, if we had an officer who violated policy, would they face discipline?
They could potentially face discipline if the allegation was found to be sustained.
Okay. And I know this is something that is a topic that has been going on for many years. I come from education, and it's stated it's hard to get rid of bad teachers or bad administrators. The statement is that they just kind of get moved around. And I think there's similar discussion around police agencies where bad police officers stick around, we just move them to other assignments. Have we released officers from Oxnard PD for violating policy or in very recent years since you've been on board as chief or in your time as assistant chief?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And I just want to have those items clear because I understand folks' hesitation around what a drone might be misused for. That is a concern that I share just because any consumer can buy a drone with a camera on it and fly it over my house and see into my backyard or see into my windows, or they could see into my neighbor's backyard. And so that bothers me, but it'd bother me more so if our government was able to do that unrestricted or without any accountability. These policies that are in place, there are objective criteria that must be met and must be able to be demonstrated if or when a drone is deployed, correct?
Yes.
And policy must be adhered to, and if it's not, it sounds like there would be potential for discipline.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, so now for the light sound diversionary devices, which is also a long name. I hope it's okay if I say flashbang on this. I'm sorry?
Oh, let's.
Light sound diversionary devices. So flashbang devices. When are these used?
They're generally used in tactical situations that has to be approved in the deployment. They're used typically in an area where they want to try to get compliance from persons, say, for example, who is barricaded and will not exit a structure or a vehicle. They can be used during entries into residence should it become necessary for a tactical team to do so. But I have to really emphasize to the council and to the public that these are not just carried by any officer in the department. They're limited to tactical teams. They're limited to people that have undergone special training for that and must actually show proficiency every year to use it. We do have a limited cadre of officers that are allowed to carry. They're issued 2, and they must also be at least they must be at the rank of sergeant or supervisor, and they must have also had at least 2 years of SWAT experience in order for them to even carry it.
Okay. And misuse of these, is there, are there consequences for arbitrary use or misuse or non-adherence to policy for these?
Absolutely.
Okay. And can you, I've never, I have the privilege of saying I've never been in a house or in a situation where these were used where I was nearby, aside from hearing them down the street in my neighborhood or being peripherally involved. But what is the experience for the person who this is used to divert their attention?
I'm sorry.
What's the experience of that when these things go off?
Oh, I see. So it's not actually like a grenade that detonates a person. It's a device that actually emits a very bright flash of light, which is followed by a report of a bang, maybe 1 to 2 bangs, and that creates kind of a disorienting state for several seconds, which may allow a hostage to escape or to give the initiative to the officers that are making a move.
Okay, and so the intention is for disorientation, not injury or incapacitation of the person, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And before I close things out here, the last question I have before I comment is the funding sources. You've already touched on this, but can these two funding sources, maybe our city manager needs to chime in on this. You mentioned supplemental law enforcement funding from the state as well as asset funds from the state. Can these two funding sources be used for things like parks, bike lanes, housing, libraries, or youth events?
No.
And that is by statute, I'm assuming.
Right. They have specific use.
Okay. The general fund, on the other hand, which is not paying for these items, that's what we use for things like parks, bike lanes, housing, public works, libraries. Is that correct?
That's correct. And also when we get other grant funding for those other items, in addition to the general fund.
Thank you. So again, the general fund pays for those things that are our quality of life items that we absolutely, admittedly, need to continue to invest in. And I think that things are much better than they were in 2020, and we're continuing to make those improvements, but we still have a ways to go. I will readily admit that. But the general fund funds those items for the most part in addition to special grant funding. And the general fund today is not paying for these items in front of us.
Not these particular items, no.
Thank you.
That's correct. And Councilmember, if I can enhance that, our general fund only goes towards municipal services, parks, libraries, streets, and so on. We do not fund mental health. That is a county, the job of the county as a subsidiary of the state. We do not fund education in terms of any of the school districts. They are distinctly different and separate jurisdictions, local government jurisdictions, and receive funding from our property taxes, but reallocated via the state. So a lot of those other social and / quality of life issues are not services provided by a municipality, most common in California. Thank you.
I was going to say that, but okay, thanks. All right.
So Councilman Teran?
I'm just going to wrap up here, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
So regarding calling these things military equipment, I appreciate at the top of this comment, Chief, that you stated what the legislation states and how this works. And I mean, technically, if they wanted to revise that definition, they could call patrol cars military equipment. And would we be here having the conversation about don't buy any more patrol cars? So, and I'll call this order on that.
Thank you, please, yeah.
So I've also seen calls, rightfully so, for the increased use and more discretion on the use of less lethal devices when a situation warrants it, instead of using service weapons and shooting someone with their service weapon or an AR-15, resorting to less lethal devices. I've seen calls from the general public and many folks who express concern around police-involved shootings across the country, not just here. But in the state of California, as was just mentioned, these less lethal devices, which folks are calling for the use of, like beanbag shotguns and tasers, are under their definition considered military equipment. And people are saying, don't buy military equipment. But we're also hearing use less lethal devices. And so the legislation can't have it both ways. You know, if we're calling it military equipment, but people are saying don't buy military equipment, but use these things that are called military equipment, I hope we can see the double standard or the stuck place that people are in. So,
please, you've had your turn.
Surveillance. Info about tonight's meeting was shared on Instagram. I posted about the agenda. I saw that there were folks calling for folks to come out and speak, which I appreciate that they did. Instagram is a platform owned by Meta and operated by Meta, which has little to no accountability for the use of our data and actually monetizes it. So surveillance, we have policy in place that prohibits the use of these drones for arbitrary surveillance on just general members of the public. And yet many of us without hesitation, give consent for private companies without accountability to surveil us and use that data for their own profit. So I just want to point that out. And lastly, for mental health and substance use services, those are overseen by the County of Ventura. Prior to her passing, Supervisor Ramirez and I were working together to try to see how we can enhance that for the city of Oxnard and have a very honest conversation about where the gaps in services are that I've seen in my career and how we can enhance that for our unhoused population, for our folks who hesitate to access those services or access those services and find them to be culturally insufficient. And so I hope that folks will continue to make those comments for the Board of Supervisors. I'd be happy to join to continue those conversations. And lastly, for school funding, as our city manager mentioned, classrooms, curriculum, equity and achievement, meals, all of that is under the purview of the school district and the Board of Trustees. And I hope that folks will go to those government entities as well and express their desire for different types of funding and different priorities in that and how they organize those. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, Valenzuela, Mayor Pro Tem. Why, I didn't see, you turned it off, you still want to speak?
Fine. I just wanted to say thank you all very much for all the Ventura County activists for coming out here and raising their voice to this issue. I know being a police officer is not an easy position to be in, or the police department. But ultimately, it's like back in my first meeting, I wasn't in favor of more or reintroducing more of our equipment or replacing it. And no, I think I'm in a similar position as before to not be in favor of this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought this was probably going to be a little bit of a passionate issue, and I appreciate the passion I've heard from the speakers in the crowd. And for anyone that's ever lost anybody, I know the pain that's there. That being said, while I appreciate your passion and your comments, I don't agree with them. I agree with some of them, not all of them. It is what it is. I know that you won't agree with some of my comments, and that's fine. Certainly you're right. I come from a little different perspective in that I spent about 30 years in law enforcement. And while a lot of those 30 years are kind of a blur, I can tell you about where I was at, what I was doing most of the time. But there are three things that are crystal clear in my mind, even though I've been out of the business for about 15, 20 years, somewhere in that neighborhood. I can tell you where I was at and who I was working with when John Adair died responding to a domestic violence call. I can tell you where I was at and what I was doing when Jim Jensen died due to gunfire. And I can tell you where I was at and what I was doing when Jim O'Brien was shot by a gentleman. I use the term gentleman out of respect for human life, but a person that had killed several people at an EDD office here in Oxnard and was going to the EDD office in Ventura. And so those are all very vivid in my mind, still to this day. And I can remember driving by seeing Jim O'Brien, I apologize, seated next to his car on Victoria Avenue in a somewhat relaxed position and knowing that he was dead, that he would never come back to talk to any of us. And he looked at peace, and that's still crystal clear in my mind. A lot of the other stuff I don't remember so well. But we all have passions. We all have things that we're concerned about. Law enforcement can be an inherently risky business, and you never know at which time that risk may or may not occur. And we saw this a little bit over a month ago when an LA Sheriff's deputy up in the Lancaster area was in his patrol vehicle, stopped at a red light, and a person pulled up alongside of him and shot from the left rear of his car and killed him while he sat in his car. That happens. We all know that happens. So I'm at a place where I think that I need to do as a person what I can to help give those officers their best odds at surviving this career. And how that comes down, how that works out, that's up to that officer. That's up to the community, it's up to their chain of command. But I'm not prepared to take anything away from them that I think may ultimately give them the opportunity or take away that opportunity to defend themselves. And I will tell you that every officer I've ever talked to prays for a career where they never have to use deadly force, but sometimes that happens. You know, we talk about domestic violence calls, probably the most dangerous call for law enforcement officers to respond to. Officers don't like responding to those calls. It's that simple. They would rather give it to someone else, but generally there's no one else out there. When you call 911 after 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night, you're going to get one of two people. You're going to get a police officer or you're going to get a firefighter. And either one of them will run into the face of danger to do what they believe is their sworn duty. And if you don't agree with me, take a look at any of the video from 9/11 when the World Trade Center towers were bombed with jets or by jets, and everybody was running away from those trade centers. Police and fire were the ones that were running into them. They gave up, the people that died there gave up their lives in support of their community. That's what law enforcement, that's what fire department people do. That's what public safety does. So, you know, there's a lot of discussion about school districts, and we should put more money into the school districts. School districts are their own governmental entity. They are funded separately from cities. Cities have nothing to do with that funding. On my personal property tax bill, I have 6 tax increments for a local school district. I don't have kids. I don't have anybody that's going to that school district, but I still pay that money in support of being a citizen here in the city of Oxnard and California and the United States. That's part of the system. That's how the system works. You know, I apologize. I need to take a little bit of a second to recapture myself, but I am not going to vote against this item. It's that simple. And all of you, if you're unhappy with me about that, I understand that. But that is going to be my vote as an individual to support this item. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Perillo.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's been a long time since we've seen this much passion in a city council meeting, and I got to compliment the majority of you. You've been very respectful. I mean, some of the other groups that have gone a little haywire could learn a lot from you. The item before us is to get drones and equipment, flashbang, safe meanings of getting an individual under control versus having to use a lethal weapon. It's been already explained by my fellow council members. I support this issue, but there have been some comments that have been made. We have a police department that is trained and held accountable. You heard questions asked if anybody's been let go. The answer was yes. You've brought up questions about, Madam, Madam, and I use that. And with respect to the issue of the education and putting money into schools, if you're following our community presentation about differences, you'll see where the Oxnard school districts and the money that you're spending for the schools, and maybe you'll question the product that you're getting out of those schools, because we don't have anything to do with the schools. The funding is different, as has already been mentioned. The comments with respect to the pay for these facilities, to pay for these employees. We have banners hanging through the city, operating the opportunity to apply for these jobs. If you qualify, you can get one of these jobs if you're interested. The issue with respect to the drones, the issues of the flashbang, it's just one more thing. When I first got on this council, I believe I'm the first person and the only one at the time to push for body cameras. It didn't happen overnight. It was a fight. And I'm proud of that. Not the fight, but that we got the body cameras. They haven't just helped the police, they've helped the residents, and they've helped the liability for the city of Oxnard. I believe these things will do the same thing. I support this. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Pessoa.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't going to say much about this, but today, we heard about people staying quiet. I'm not one to stay quiet, and usually when I talk, I say a lot of things, but one thing that I want to address is I just heard, I don't want to be a pig. So inappropriate. That is what's wrong with our society today. Name calling when it doesn't go your way is not what our community is about. I don't appreciate the comments. Those officers that serve our community in every part of our nation, once they put on that blue uniform, their lives are in danger. Again, no, it's my time to talk. It's my time to talk. We were all respectful and we all heard, okay? But what I'm not going to stand here and allow is for the name calling. It is not okay. Okay, and when we hear things that are not okay, we get agitated. But now it's my turn to talk. As a mother of 3, and as an elected official, my responsibility here today is to ensure that our community is safe. The droids have worked wonders for our police department. And they're not, dropping guns, they're not dropping bombs, they are used as surveillance. Okay, when I hear in South Oxnard, fireworks. Our police department is continuously being criticized because we can't seem to get a handle of all the fireworks. They're using those drones. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Benitez. Okay, they're being used for other purposes. I heard what is best for the community. I believe for right now, this is what's best for the community. If we lived in a society where we all could behave, absolutely. Absolutely. But right now, we don't. And my job is to make sure that our children, our seniors, every one of you is protected. And I'm sorry, my husband is a high school teacher. What happens when there's a shooting? Because you're right, there's a lot of mental illnesses. Absolutely right. I see it every day in my 9 to 5, every single day. And we cannot, keep up. The gentleman that's outside sleeping that some of you addressed, I'll tell you what, I'm sure we've asked him if he wants to go to a shelter. We cannot force him. That's what makes this country so great. The ability for us to speak and our ability for us to have choices. That is his choice. All we can do is offer him an opportunity to go to a shelter and get assistance. There's a saying in Spanish that my mom always says, and I always use my mom because my mom is is the most brilliant person I know. Ayuda y encontrarás. Find and you shall see, seek and you shall find is what that means. And I am a true believer in that. But we need to be able to protect our children. If something happens in our schools and our officers do not have the resources that they need, everybody's going to be in here blaming us. How dare you? How dare you? If you have children like I do, I'll tell you this right now. I want those officers to have the best equipment that the city can provide. Mayor, when we're ready, I'm going to go ahead and recommend the motion that we approve this.
We'll hold that in Madrigal. A motion, and then we'll wait on that for a second.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone that has spoken. This argument or the whole concept of it, I always go back to when I was a college student. The aspect of the gang junction began when I was in college. And I had a long-winded conversation with a classmate that actually was weirdly happened to live a block away from my house. I live on 2nd and Sarita. He lives on Morris. His brother was in the gang injunction. His argument, actually, weirdly enough, is I was against the gang injunction. He was for the gang injunction. One thing that I will always remember that he said, the gang injunction was to him never to protect him, but it was to protect that lady, that old lady that may be walking to the Circle K. It was there to protect his grandmother. He always took it as that. And he told me bluntly, he said that, you know, if things be it what they be in Colonia, is he wanted his grandmother to be safe. Every time an issue like this comes up, that's what I go back to and look at. Now living there for so long, my neighbors, good and bad, even if I don't get along with some of them, but seeing them get up there in age, seeing them now, some of them walk with strollers, I see some of the dangerous things that may happen to them. Just this summer, you know, there was a situation at my neighbor's house. Police was out there. It was quite a situation at 2 p.m. Everyone had to stay in. You know, I had 40 people at my driveway because everyone wanted to see what was going to happen. At the end of the day, nothing ended up happening. Gentleman was left, but police presence and everything that was out there. Talking to some of the neighbors afterwards, you know, did they think it was excessive? Actually, no. They were worried about safety of children because it was during the summer, because children are always out there playing. And 2, they were worried that someone, you know, maybe their mother or grandmother that lives with them might have been out doing something and something tragic might have happened. So that aspect of it, I always look back and see. And the older I get, will I always live in Colonia? Maybe, maybe not. But if I do, then, you know, age comes at you fast. So I might get older relatively quick. And things that I never really, you know, took for granted, you know, living there my whole life. It's like nothing. But the older you get, you know, things change. You never know, you know. When they burglarized the house, who did I call? The police. They happened to find the people who burglarized the house. With my cousin, who was in the gang injunction, when he was shot and killed, who did my uncle go and ask for help? The police. When the person was arrested and, you know, they were convicted, who did my uncle thank? The police. I'm not saying, you know, everything is, you know, perfect, but I am saying that in times of help, realistically, yes, who do you go and ask for help? The police. You know, all throughout, yes, I understand, you know, I wish there was, you know, we could live, you know, peacefully. I wish that crime wasn't that big of a deal. But unfortunately, growing up, it has been a deal. And quite frankly, that's all I knew. And that's great for me because, you know, I don't realistically see it as a problem because I grew up with some of the people. Sadly, you know, it's hard seeing your friend, former students, having to go to jail, or even worse, having them pass away. So that aspect, and just clearly going back and looking at, you know, the nice lady that walks by the house every day and watching out for their safety. That's what's most important to me. as a council member. So thank you.
From Palestine to Oxnard, occupation is a crime. Palestine to Oxnard, occupation is a crime. Palestine to Oxnard, shame on you. Shame on you. By the way, calling our pain passion is also very insulting.
Go ahead, council member. Okay, we have a motion on items 1 through 8. We got a second? Right, correct?
I made it first.
Discussion on any other items?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I needed to abstain from number 1, but I wanted to vote differently on number 2.
Abstain from number 1? Yes, 1 to 8.
No, I've got questions on.
Okay.
I beg your pardon, we didn't ask this to begin with.
Okay.
Questions on 3, 5, and 8.
Okay, go ahead.
On 3, the EMT training, with everything that we've been trying to do to improve the situation for Oxnard College and the residents, on page of the item, 9 of 13, or page 33 of the agenda, this is signed off by the president of Ventura College. Oxnard College won't get any benefit out of this? I would sure think that the biggest city, and possibly one that would need more EMT training, we'd push to get Oxnard. City manager, can you help me out on that?
Yeah, that burns me too, but the problem is the program that exists is at Ventura College. So we would like in the near future to expand it to Oxnard.
Okay, then, okay, we've tried, in other words.
We will continue to try.
Okay.
So
Thank
item
you.
5? I'm
Item
sorry.
5, I just want the public to understand, this is a situation, and again, one of the issues with Oxnard has been the concerns of the public with money, what happens with money. Item 5 is deferred development fees. I'd just like to have somebody, the statement in the staff report explains it, but just somebody go up to the podium and tell me. The $3,701,298.87 will be coming to the city of Oxnard.
Okay, Joe?
That's Councilmember Perlo. So yes, this is just a deferral. So under state law, affordable housing projects are allowed to defer the payment of impact fees to the occupancy clearance. So the fees will be collected. It just defers it from the building permit step to the occupancy clearance.
Thank you very much for that. Going to
Item
number 8.
8.
Number 8 has to do with the funding that we'll be getting. I attended, and I've given Mr. Emilio, beg your pardon, I've given Emilio a heads up that I'm going to ask this. There was a couple of months ago, there was a meeting at the Oxnard Dunes, and Mr. Ramirez gave a fantastic presentation. Unfortunately, very few people showed up. I mean, it's the first time that I'd really seen this gentleman passionate, opening up, matter of fact, no BS, right in your eye, telling you exactly what was going on. And there were questions that have come since that meeting because it's taken a period of time for something to happen. My question is, there was a situation where there was the belief that there would be some litigation to require the property owner to be involved in being involved with this cleanup. Has anything changed so that we approve this item? We will not be faced in the same thing that we're making promises that somehow some litigation prevents us. And there's a second part to this. The residents are pounding me. What are we gonna do if it is cleaned up? How do we prevent it from reestablishing it? And I wanna give a heads up to the chair, Lisa Hewitt. She's the Oxnard chairperson. She's the recent one that gave the public the heads up on the fire. And that is one of the reasons things are happening there that we're trying to take care of, but we had to even admit our fire department couldn't get in there because of the situation that's going on to put the fires out. So if you could help me out with that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. To your first question, there was not litigation that prevented us access to the site. The issue is that the site is privately owned and we needed to gain permission to enter upon the site. And so we have that now. We've had that for some time. And we are now able to go onto the site and do the work of responding to the encampment, including abatement of the debris that will be left once the people in the encampment are no longer there.
After that response, I can assure you that there will be a couple of questions waiting for me when the meeting's over. If we've had the ability to do something, why has it taken up to this time? Is it because the lack of funding?
Yes, we applied for the grant that is the subject of the item today, several months ago. The grant was, as you know, we all work for public service, it takes time, but the grant was approved, it's for $4 million and some change. And we are now before you to approve the agreements that will allow us to undertake the effort that we need to undertake. So between the spring and now, we've been waiting for the grant to come forward.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the candor and the honesty when you make a presentation. I really want to thank you. And again, it was a disgrace that you were not acknowledged for your involvement with that Dolores Huerta. And the reason is, there's a phrase, a one-armed wallpaper hanger. You do more and your staff to make things stick together and work. And the people that do the work should get some credit.
Thank you, sir. To answer your second question.
And it wasn't a question, it was just a statement. It was just a statement.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, before we go to Madrigal.
And real quick, Councilmember Pearl, I spent 35 years as an adjunct at Ventura College, and I'm pretty familiar with the college system. And in the college system, fire sciences are housed at Oxnard College, and then we're in the Fire Academy in Camarillo. EMT and medical and nursing is housed at Ventura College, and then criminal justice is housed at Ventura College and Moorpark College. So it makes more sense for the EMT program to go through Ventura College because it's the medical side of the equation, and that's most likely why they did it that way.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying that. I didn't
Thank
know.
you. Councilman Madrigal. No, Councilor Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly.
What item?
Item 1. And this is actually just response to Councilmember Valenzuela Zavala, how it's at his discretion if he wants to recuse from any of the items, but I noticed that it's the minutes, correct? Okay, if.
You don't have to.
Yeah, it's up to you as a council member, but I had this conversation with our city attorney very early on in my tenure as a council member. And if the issue was you were not present for any of the items or other reasons, I know that I wasn't present when I was appointed because I wasn't physically there. And really, the review of the agenda minutes, or excuse me, the council minutes is, do these seem correct? Are there any corrections? You're welcome to abstain, but there's not a requirement that you be there, if I remember correctly. Is that correct, our city attorney?
City attorney?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. And lastly, just out of respect for the Brown Act, I just would like to ask that maybe someone from Public Works, I had a note on my notes from the speakers. It was mentioned about Durley Park, and the gentleman asked for, well, he mentioned that he hadn't seen much movement in development, so I'm hoping someone could reach out to him for an update on the park.
Well, that's probably, can we even talk about that?
I'm just asking staff to follow up on that comment.
Follow up, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Valenzuela?
Yes, I can go with was the motion that Councilmember Basua made was to approve 1 through 8. Is it possible to still pull number 2?
You want to second that, or you just don't want to vote?
No,
it?
to pull number 2, yes.
Oh, pull number 2? Yeah. Okay, just vote, okay, good. We'll go ahead and pull number 2 and then go with the,
One last comment. The item tonight that has drawn the most heat, it was an item about the police department and 2 pieces of equipment. It wasn't about international situations or anything else. It's a big difference.
Right. Okay, so we're going to pull item number 2. Let's go ahead and vote on all except item number 2. Please vote.
Oh, yeah, who's the second?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you second it? I thought you seconded and pulled 2. Okay, do we need a second then? A second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay,
Basua
so-
first
okay.
and second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay,
Everything but 2, Kim. Please vote.
motion passed 7-0.
Okay, now we'll take number 2. Do we? You said you had a motion, and but we'll vote on number 2. We'll clear that there. Make a motion. Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Perello on 2. Please vote.
Motion passed 6-1.
Okay, thank you. How about if we take a 5-minute break? Thank you. Hijo, I'm beginning to feel better. Okay, thank you so much. We're back from a 5-minute recess, and this is a time and place to set for a public hearing on L1. The subject is a planning permit number 23-580-03, zone tax amendment relating to the implementation of the city's adopted amendment 2129 six-cycle housing element. The recommendations of City Council number 1, conduct a public hearing, find that the project to be categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3, and 3, introduce the 7 ordinances, the titles of which are listed on the published agenda. Copies of the full ordinances available to the public online and in print in the council chambers. We start off with the city clerk's certification and publication and any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in Vita newspaper on October 26, 2023. The city clerk's office has received no written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, do anybody has any ex parte communications or any disclosures regarding this matter to state before the record? Council members, please summarize ex parte contacts, if any.
I have not.
No, no.
Nope.
No, no, none for me either. Hold on. Councilman Turan?
Thank you. I recall meeting with Ms. Barbara Macri-Ortiz probably over the summer regarding the housing element, but I just want to disclose that out of an abundance of caution. We're looking at the zoning text amendment that went to Planning Commission and is coming here. Is that correct? I just wanted to state that for the record, that I did meet with her and I believe with Maria Navarro. Thank you.
Okay, members of the
I'm
public.
sorry, Mayor Zaragoza. Actually, I have to also disclose, I totally forgot, I did also meet with Barbara Macri-Ortiz and Maria Navarro. My apologies.
Okay, so Valenzuela and Turan have stated their ex parte communications. So, Barbara Mackey too? Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just to be on the safe side, I know I've talked to her, but I don't remember what it was about or how long ago it was, so.
Okay, so we got 3. Valenzuela, Mayor Pro Tem, and Turan did have some ex parte meetings with the public members. So members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website. And a person who did not sign up can do so now by submitting a speaker card or following the instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting and on the city website, oxnard.org, city meetings. Planning and Environmental Services Manager Joe Pearson and Contract Planner Heather Davis posted a video presentation regarding this item, and the staff are available to answer any questions or any brief clarifying questions council members may have now before we take any public testimony. The council will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time? Councilmember Perallo?
Yes. A few questions. On number D, the ordinance for City Council on Oxnard and the City of Oxnard streamlining ordinance provisions, clarifying permitting requirements, simplifying code requirements, and amending requirements on farm worker housing, specifically farm worker housing. The issue in the body, there is a potential for reducing the required number of parking spots. And there's an assumption, it states in the body, that fewer farm workers have automobiles. And yet, when I drive by the fields in the city of Oxnard, it is tremendous numbers of vehicles parked outside the fields. The farmers are not letting the cars go on the fields, and the farmers are not engaging buses to bring the farm workers to do the work. So I'm assuming that the farm worker issue here about reducing the required parking for any farm worker thing that comes into this would be a mistake, in my opinion. That's one thing that I want to address. The second is, do we take one at a time or just put them all out there? Put them all out there?
Yeah, good.
Okay. The second one is, there's been a recent law that allows the sale of accessory dwelling units. And if we have these accessory dwelling units that are being built with no requirements for parking and then they are sold to another individual as councils change and situations arise. The numbers of accessory dwelling units in the city of Oxnard, I don't have that number in front of me, but if those people were to come to the meeting like tonight and ask, hey, wait a minute, I bought my house and I don't even have a right to park a car at my house, how are you gonna take care of the city council? And I'm wondering, what do you think that future city councils will do? And if they do take an action to grant parking, how will it be addressed? I mean, will we be paving over front yards or blocking and making part of the public street private for the individual that has that ADU? I think it's a big issue.
It's a good question.
Maybe the city attorney can weigh into, maybe not specifically those answers, but bring us up to speed on what the law is.
Steve or Joe, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I can go ahead and respond to that. So Councilman Perello, starting with the farm worker housing. So that reduction did come out of the planning commission meeting. The idea was, and the intent behind all of these changes is to help streamline housing and make it easier to provide for various types of housing, including farm worker housing. Specifically, as it relates to this standard is only applicable to group quarter style housing. So it is a little bit more limited to, again, the group quarter style housing or the more like dormitory style farm worker housing as opposed to individual units. So again, it wouldn't apply to all types of farm worker housing, just specifically those group quarter style, where we do feel that there is a lower parking requirement necessary for those. As it relates to the ADUs and the ability to sell those, that is a new state law that has gone into effect. However, that state law does not mandate that cities allow for the sale of ADUs. It gives the cities the option of adopting an ordinance that would allow for the sale of them. But at this point in time, the city does not have any provisions and is not currently working on any ordinance to allow the sale of those units at this time. So as of right now, within the city of Oxnard, ADUs cannot be sold separately from the primary residence.
Mr. Mayor, I just need to ask a question. It's kind of off topic, just a lot off topic. Mr. Fisher, that bag that you were carrying into the back, was that yours or someone else's?
Someone else's.
Because Mr. Ramirez seems to be panicking, looking for something in the audience. Now he's outside in the hallway. I think it might have been his.
Okay,
so back to my thing. If we have, in the very first case, the farm worker housing, and it's for group farm worker housing, have there been any outreach to find out how many of the people that are in current group farm worker housing have vehicles? I know from growing up on a ranch, people that drive to work, they don't usually just come by themselves. They'll group, share the cost of gas, et cetera. But there's still a lot of cars. If you go on Victoria, Gonzales, Patterson, 5th Street, Teal Club Road, there are tremendous amounts of cars parked on the street, and these people, I think, are classified as farm workers, and it's an honorable position. So I just want to make sure, in your mind, with whatever action the Planning Commission took, you think that it's going to be no problem?
Yeah. So, Councilmember Perello, as it relates to that standard, there was not any specific outreach done related to the farm worker housing. We did do some research to see what other cities are doing in terms of the requirements for farm worker housing as it relates to the group quarters, which we did provide in the staff report. What is being proposed is lower than a lot of other jurisdictions currently have. However, in a few conversations that I reached out to the county of Ventura, for example, a lot of the standards are older, so they haven't been looked at recently. So again, the standard is lower than what's currently being seen other places, but there may be an opportunity for providing more farm worker housing by reducing these standards.
Okay. Just to put my mind at rest on this part of the question, the other cities that we compared, were they comparable density as the city of Oxnard?
So we did have them here in the staff report. It's a variety of cities, looking at the county as a whole, the city of Ventura, Santa Paula. We looked at Los Angeles, Goleta, Sonoma, Contra Costa County. So just various cities around either the local area or California.
Okay, all right. And the second one, in your professional opinion, or maybe we could have the assistant city manager or somebody address this. If, say there's 200 accessory dwelling units, and those people want to have a parking space for their vehicle, and they own those accessory dwelling units, separate from the individual parcel that they were built on, there's been a sale, how would we accommodate it if that situation were to come to the city of Oxnard, so that those people could get a parking place?
So, Councilmember Perlow, at this point in time, since we don't allow the sale of the ADUs, that would be something that if we were going to adopt an ordinance that was to allow for the sale of ADUs separately, we would then look at the different options at that time. The property could provide for parking within the driveway. The current ADU regulations don't require the provision of a replacement parking. So again, that would have to be something that we'd have to look at specifically with that.
And I understand and appreciate the situation I put you in, and I apologize. I gave you a hypothetical situation, kind of expected a
Mr. City Manager
specific
has
kind of
a-
an answer.
Councilmember, City Manager has additional information.
Yes, I have the hypothetical answer. So with regard to this new state law, we will have to bring this to the council for your
potential.
consideration. This is not an issue where staff can decide yay or nay. So in that, when we bring that to you, we'll make sure we address this issue about parking. But we will have to put that before you to make a proactive choice. That is not a choice that the administration can make.
Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, real quick, on the parking for the farm workers, VCTC has a program called Van Pool. Van Pool, is that part of the process that we're looking at? Because the Van Pool, and Mayor Pro Tem, you're the chair of VCTC, aren't you? No.
Doesn't mean I know him.
No, but they do have a Van Pool program, and Jim, I can't remember his last name right now, but him and I belong to the Van Pool program, where a farm worker can sign up to drive that van, and they can probably pick up maybe 6, 7, or 8 people and at the same time. So that's something that we can look at too, so. And I can't remember Jim's last name. Ashley, what's Jim's last name?
White.
He's going to kill me for not remembering his name. But anyway, it's something to look at. It's called the Van Pool Program from VCT's Ventura County Transportation Commission. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so then we're going to go, I'm going to open, thank you then, Joe. I'm going to open the public testimony portion at this time, and we do have any speakers, and we do have, excuse me, back up. Speaker have 3 minutes to speak on this item, and Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers other than the one I have here?
Mayor Zaragoza, yes, we only have one speaker, Barbara Macri-Ortiz.
Barbara Macri-Ortiz.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Barbara Macri-Ortiz, and I want to thank the staff for having. I sent a lot of stuff earlier to the Planning Commission, which is part of your packet. I didn't do anything special for you guys. It's the same stuff, but they did take a number of suggestions, and I appreciate that. I also want to thank the Planning Commission for really digging in and looking at it, and they made some suggestions which I think are recommendations to you, which I think you should heed. They were well thought out. There are 3 areas where I think we've got some problems. One is with the attached dwelling unit standards that never really was vetted. At least it may have been vetted with some of the market rate developers. It was not vetted with affordable housing community at all. And I mean, when I read them, it was just like page after page after page after page. It's like, what the heck? So that is not going to work, I can tell you. And it would be good if we sat down and really looked at it. Also, with respect to the SROs, that's a brand new type of housing. And that would have been one that would have been nice to go to and have some discussion on it. The Planning Commission did accept one of the recommendations I made, which was straight out of state law, and they did that, and I appreciated it. But those are two that, you know, I think we're gonna have problems with, because I don't think we really thought them out, vetted them. We didn't vet them properly. Now, with respect to the parking, the Planning Commission did accept a couple of the recommendations that I made, and I would ask you to stick with those. I think I want to address the farm worker housing, Councilmember Perello particularly. This is just for group quarters. So what we're talking about is we're talking about labor camps. The parking that you see in the fields, those are people who live all over. Those are our permanent farm workers that live in houses, they have families, and so they have cars. And the growers do not provide them transportation. There is the van pool. The van pool is used both with those types of workers, but also at the camps. Mm-hmm. And most of the people that come to the camps don't have cars. And because they are coming, they're brought over. This is single, there's no families come in, no kids, single men, single women. And I did do some research, and I was hoping they would come, but they apparently didn't at Ryder Brothers, because Ryder Brothers is the best example.
Thank you.
And I just want to say one thing. You can either house cars or people. And housing, to me, is a human right. We need to focus on it, and so we've got to back off a little bit on our cars. 1 for 6, we're going to have empty parking lots anyway.
Thank you, Barbara.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do any additional speakers, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, we have no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
If not, I'm closing this item. And the next item would be, does any council members have any comments on this item, additional comments? If not, I need a motion. Oh, Councilor, really? I didn't look that way.
3 minutes or less. All right. Thank you to Ms. Macri-Ortiz for her comments. And I've watched the Planning Commission when this came to them and saw the discussion and deliberation. And I appreciate everybody's review and vetting of this before it landed before the council. I hope folks understand the part of staff and the part of the commission and the engaged residents who've provided input on this is, I'm sure, immeasurable. So thank you to everyone who's helped out, and thank you, Mr. Pearson, for your leadership on this as well. And so I do want to thank them, and I see our chair of the Planning Commission is here tonight as well, and thank him for his leadership on the commission. It seems that this has been through a number of vetting processes and through a number of public hearings, and now is before us. And I, again, appreciate Ms. Macri-Ortiz's input each step of the way, including early on when we had the meeting, which I believe was just early in the summer, and did provide some very meaningful context. But I just want to focus on one thing that she just said, and it's the last statement around housing people or parking. And I understand the concern that folks have when they say, how are we building all of this high density housing? How are we having ADUs? How are we building this with limited parking? How can the city do that? How can they allow that? And I've seen a lot of discussion, especially in the city of Ventura, who's moving forward with a number of multi-story, multi-unit developments. And part of that, as has been mentioned a number of times, is the state has made that a much looser regulation for development, and especially when it's near transit, the reduction in parking requirements or the elimination of parking requirements. And I hope the general public hears that. But to Ms. Macri-Ortiz's point there, the book that you all saw the city manager give to the city council prior to our August legislative recess, hearing that book and hearing that really put things into perspective for me about this issue of parking. and how we're fighting this, we're fighting for space that is meant for inanimate objects that we use to get around, that in the near future we may not use to get around as much. And early adopters in our population will no longer own or not own multiple cars anymore. And parking will, in the next decade, probably be a thing of the past, much in the way that phone booths are relics of a bygone era. I can imagine building a building and people 35 years ago saying there's not enough phone booths. How are people going to use all their phones, right? And now when you see hotels or airports, it's just an empty space. So imagine in place of that in 15 years, we have all this empty space where parking used to be. And when it's difficult to redevelop that, such as at multi-story, multi-unit housing, or in parking lots for city amenities, I hope that we're not making fun of ourselves or kicking ourselves in the future. We're saying, why did we need so much parking? So I will give credit to the city manager. Thank you for the very thorough, comprehensive discussion on that through that book. I recommend folks read it. It was very insightful and gave me a lot of insight into what this issue about parking is, and Ms. McAgerty's hit it on the head. Do you want housing or do you want parking? So anyhow, I thank you all again for your work on this, and those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And one of the things we have to understand too, that the governor is mandating the ADUs too, and no parking consideration was made when he proposed that. Anyway, so I'm looking for a motion in this item. Or
I'll second.
Motion by Councilman Basua, second by Councilman Turan. Please vote.
Motion passed 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is M1. This is reports. This is the city treasurer's quarterly investment report for the period ending September 30th to 23. Recommendation the city council receive and file this report. And this item did not originate in committee, and we do have Mr. Phil Molina.
Alexander.
Any speakers on this item before we continue? No, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any speakers?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, Mr. Molina.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this information. Just a couple of things, and then we're going to do an update. I want to identify that we had $407,886,893 invested, and that was at what the bank calls a tax cost. And the par value was $407,775,000 invested as of September. And remember, we're on a fiscal year. It starts July 1, so we have July, August, and September. So that's the fiscal year period. We, in essence, invested 97% of all of our available cash. Our goal, of course, is to get to 100, which is impossible because you always need some cash available. In addition, as of the end of September, we had $46 million in LAIF. As of today, so that's the state investment fund. As of this evening, we have $58 million in LAIF, Local Agency Investment Fund, but we're going to have to pull some money out to make an early payment on the debt. What I'd like to do is just go through some of these numbers and see if I do this right. Anyway, the U.S. Bank shows that the par value of our investment, $330,775,000, but we also have $45 million invested in LAIF and $31 million invested in the Ventura County investment pool. You can see that the investments, let's see if I do this correctly, for LAIF has gone up from April at 2.8, 2.9, 3.1, and now for September, I believe it's 3.5. And so when we're giving you estimates of interest earnings, we're using the most current information that's available and projecting it out for the next 12 months. Likewise, and this one's hard to see, but U.S. Bank is our holding company for our investments. We use them as a third-party bank. They hold the investments and they hold our cash before they transfer it to a broker so that we make sure that we get the instrument that we bought before cash leaves our bank accounts. In this case, what we're looking at is, okay. Oh, wrong. Let's see if I can. I got a 5-minute practice run on this, so I'm not that. What I wanted to show was that the interest earnings on average, weighted average, for our investments other than LAIF and other than Ventura County was at 2.37%. And again, here is the information directly from U.S. Bank showing the par value of those investments, $330,775,000. And so if we go back now to the first page, we see that we have $330,775,000 invested, and we're using the 2.37%, which generates an annual yearly interest earnings of $7,839,367.50. In addition, the amount that we expect to earn from LAIF, again, at the time was $45 million at 3.53%, would be another $1,588,500 annual earnings from LAIF. On Ventura County Investment Pool, we're looking at earning $930,000 on a $31 million investment. Roughly, I think they're at 3.4, if memory serves me correctly. So at this time, we're looking at the interest earnings for the next 12 months of $10,357,867.50. I wanted to see if I gave you the amount of interest that we had actually earned. Okay, now you'll see here, it's hard to see, but U.S. Bank was identifying interest earnings for the year of $7,335,000. It's the one in the lower right corner next to the interest rate. And that should raise a question that I'm sure Councilman Turan is asking. Why is there a difference between the interest earnings that's projected by U.S. Bank and the interest earnings that we were showing in our first report here, $7,839,000? And not to get too technical, remember we saw 2.37%, I think was the amount of interest earnings. When I did the calculation, I used a 2.37. When the bank does the calculation, they use 2.3661. And so for a 1/16 of a percent, there's a difference in those dollars. And obviously we're projecting those into the future. If everything continues as is, we actually could generate more money, assuming we don't throw away our cash by spending it too early. So with that, I think I conclude my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd appreciate hearing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. City Treasurer. Let me see, Councilman Turan, followed by Councilman Perello.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Molina. I was trying to follow along. Can you help me understand the slides that you used tonight? Do those correspond to the tables we have in the staff report or in the pre-recorded presentation?
I think to the most part they do, except what I wanted to do was to add some meat to the information, because people may look at that and they may say, well, yeah, but how did you get those numbers? And it's important that people understand that, you know, we don't just pull the numbers out of the air. We use U.S. Bank and we use the Simpro analysis. It's an internal software. And so we wanted to go through, and that's why we were showing the par value of LAIF at $45 million and the par value of the Ventura County Investment Pool at $31 million, because otherwise you don't arrive at the $10 million total estimated interest earnings if you only use the $330,775,000 amount that is in the U.S. Bank report.
I see. So it was an elaboration on the staff presentation.
Yes, to try to provide information that lets people tie the numbers together.
I appreciate you bringing that in a live presentation tonight, because I know that Measure M says that, staff presentations shall be pre-recorded and posted when the agenda posts or with agenda amendments. But I appreciate the meat that you brought, because as you mentioned, it adds a little bit more detail and context. And I'm a sucker for live presentations that the public can see and have in front of them, and it's tangible. So thank you for this update. Much appreciated.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Before we go to Councilor Perella, one of the things that is really important is those interest rate is very conservative. We cannot go out and gamble with high interest rates and so forth. I think the public needs to understand that.
Yeah, we did not get involved in, what is that, FTX?
That's right.
We were very fortunate not to do that. But when we presented the annual investment report, we first presented it back in 2018. And by the way, we got a state award for that, because and they recommended other cities use that same investment policy, because we identified the types of investment the city can have, and we got your approval in doing so. And it makes sure that we do not get involved in equity issues.
Exactly.
And not get involved in market matters that could vary very quickly.
I remember many, many years ago, a city in down south got into a lot of trouble with that. Thank you. Councilor Perella?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of questions. When we are using the term, and you gave us the number that you were using, the percentage, and then U.S. Bank used a different percentage, do they give you that number, and are we locked into that number, or do we, we just rounded it off a little bit?
Well, actually, that's
not a complaint, just an explanation, because if I put my money for so long, I expect to know what I'm going to be getting.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. What we have in the U.S. Bank report, I think, is over 113 different investment instruments. Each one of those has a different interest rate. The highest one we got was, I think, 6.5. We bought that 2 or 3 weeks ago, and the rates have since come down. The lowest one we still have is, I think, one at 0.47%. That's when the previous presidential administration put their foot on the brake and locked everything down. And so what the 2.37% that I was showing you is their weighted average of all those interest rates. So they have a 6.5 at the top and a 0.47 at the bottom. They look at the amount that's invested under each one of those interest rates. They develop a weighted average interest rate, and that's what the 2.37 is.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
With respect to that, and I think you mentioned the rates could come down somewhat. So in other words, I cannot feel comfortable that this is a locked rate. I mean, I don't want to do what the mayor, is telling us we don't want to do, and I definitely don't. But is there, on your involvement, do you find anything that has a locked rate that there wouldn't be a chance of it coming down?
We do try to invest. That's another good question. And we do try to invest on 5 years. That is to say, if we have a GSE, a government-sponsored enterprise, issuing a bond, they issue 1 year, 2 year, 3, 4, and 5 year bond. To the extent possible, we try to go with the 5 year, and that way it locks it in, reasonably speaking, to a 5 year period of time. What we're able to see is that because the older rates were so bad, as they mature, the new rates are higher. In other words, at the 0.47% interest rate, now that $1 million instrument, it matures. So I get the $1 million in, and now I have to reinvest it. The market is such that I can guarantee that I'll be investing it at over 4 and even over 5%. So as things mature, we're really moving the scale upward at this time. Now, if we have a recession or something else happens and the top interest rate comes down, we would be in trouble. But to the extent possible, within the next 2 or 3 years, market doesn't see that happening.
Okay, so I guess this is a yes or a no. Physically, the rate that we look at our investment is not locked.
No.
Thank you. The second question, with respect to the comment you made, if we don't spend the money too early, could you elaborate on that?
Well, there's a current debt instrument that comes due in early December. And we're looking at paying that today. And I'm thinking, if we held off until the end of November, we could actually gain another $10,000. So I'm hoping to have that conversation with the people over the next day or two and see if we can delay that transfer and then make $10,000 more. That's what That's what the treasurer and cash management looks at. I'm greedy, I want to keep as much cash as I can so I can invest it because it maximizes the interest. Because at some point, last year at this time, we were projecting between $5 and $6 million of interest earnings. Now we're finding out, as of June 30th, we actually earned $7.6 million. So we earned more, which is always something that's good for us. In that process, in order to do that, I want to keep as much cash as I can so I can invest it. And in doing so, we want to manage the cash flow. And that's why I'm working with hopefully the CFO to identify a future cash flow so that we can better invest our instruments. Right now, we have $100 million in very short-term instruments, LAIF and Ventura County Investment Pool. Those are short-term, almost overnight investments. So we're only getting 3.5% instead of that 5 or 6%. But I have to keep it there because I don't have any crystal ball, any information coming to me about how much cash are we going to need over the next month, 2, 3, or 4 months. So I've got to have enough cushion so that we don't go in the negative.
And the cash you'd need over the next month is to pay the bills for the city of Oxnard.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. City Treasurer. This is a receive and file. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next item is M2. This is a city attorney department. Is the ordinance of the city council prohibiting single-use plastic foodware. The recommendation that the city council approve and introduce for the first reading. Excuse me, let me see. Approve, introduction of first reading only, and waive any further readings of the ordinance entitled ordinances of the city council of the city of Oxnard amending Article XX1B of Chapter 7 Oxnard Code, prohibiting the use and distribution of single-use plastic foodware. This item is exempt from CEQA pursuant to Title 14, the California Rules of Regs Section 15061B3. And this item was approved by Public Works Committee 3-0. And this, again, was a Measure M pre-recorded presentation. And we do have Michelle. Oh.
Hello, Chelsea Ballot, Deputy
Chelsea.
City Attorney.
Okay, Michelle. Okay, Chelsea, thank you. Any questions on this item, council members? Oh, excuse me, we got to look, right? Okay. Mayor Broden.
I read this last week, and I struggled with it a little bit and asked some questions of staff, and here are my concerns. This is a mandate by the state of California to eliminate single-use plastic utensils. I understand that, I get that. I appreciate what the state is trying to do, but this is the same state that a while back passed two separate state laws that pretty much eviscerate our ability as a city to enforce pop-up food vendors, and they're showing up all over the city. Now the state puts us into a position by saying, if you don't do this, you'll be subject to fines. So we have to do this. That means we have to go out and actively enforce it. So we're going to be going to pop-up locations, probably, that have vendors that are from out of the area that don't pay any taxes, don't pay any fees, don't use a commissary as required by the health codes. And almost all that's enforced by environmental health. Right now, because of their staff, and they're only working Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or wherever. And a lot of these things you will see on Friday night after about 5 or 6 p.m. and over the period of weekends. They have open flames and under canopies. I think that's another issue that we might be able to deal with. But we're now seeing that it's virtually impossible to enforce anything because one of the laws passed at the state level says we can only do these as administrative citations. We can't do these as criminal citations, if I am remembering this correctly. Okay, I get that. Now they're going to tell us, we want you to go after these people for using plastic forks, so we have to go out and see if they're using forks, and we're going to be dealing with people that have been told, by advisors, they can't really do anything to you, they can't arrest you, you don't have to carry ID, they can't push the issue. So now we're stuck in a catch-22. If we don't enforce this ordinance, or we don't pass it and then enforce it, we're subject to fines. Yet we're dealing with a clientele that doesn't carry ID, doesn't care to be cooperative, doesn't care if they block public property or public sidewalks, because some of them are feeling just a bit protected, saying, I need to make a living here, and the state is telling me I can do that. Well, that's great, except there's a whole class of people out there that obey the laws, that get business licenses, they get health permits, they use the commissary as required by the Health and Safety Code, and they're being run out of business by these people that likely come from another community, that don't pay any money here for anything, and then come, sell their wares, and go home. I have a real philosophical problem with that type of an approach. I don't like this. I think it's an unfunded state mandate that we're stuck with, and I think we're stuck in a position where no matter what we do, we're probably going to lose somewhere. And I think it puts our people into a difficult position in terms of enforcement. It pushes them into a position where they may not be able to do anything at all. And I appreciate all the work staff did. I asked questions a couple days ago, and staff did a lot of background work for me, and I appreciate that, but I am having a real terrible time being happy about this or being able to enforce this. And the real key to this is going to be if we can convince people that live here, don't spend your money with these vendors because they don't do anything to support the city. We see no revenue from them whatsoever, yet they still use public services. Should be there an emergency, a police emergency, or a fire emergency, or something else. They're going to use resources here, and we'll respond because that's what we do as a city. But this just really is problematic for me, and I don't mean to be rude to staff, but I am not going to support this, even though the state says I have to. I'm to the point where bring it on, you know. And I will probably be in a minority, but it is what it is. So I'll deal with that later. So those are just my comments.
Before we go to Councilman Giron, but there's some exceptions too, right, to this, Chelsea? Is that, there's exceptions, so not everybody is mandated to use the plastic utensils, right?
That's correct. So there are some exceptions. There's correctional institutions and hospitals. But that's the extent of the exemptions.
Okay. You're okay? Councilman Giron?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the information and the presentation. My question is along the lines of what Mayor Pro Tem was alluding to regarding these pop-up food stands that we're seeing not just in Oxnard, but across the region. And as was mentioned, many of them come from out of the county. There's certainly a lot of competition for anyone who travels to Los Angeles or Orange County or Kern County, I hear as well. You can see that there is a lot of these same style of pop-up food vendors that will be out in the evenings on major intersections. And again, it's not unique to Oxnard. I know Oxnard residents are seeing it on our local streets. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, there is legislation that actually reduces our ability to regulate that or enforce certain types of regulations that we even have the purview to do. A lot of it does fall on the county environmental health, but they are limited in their capacity as well. My question, just to, I think, put a bow on what Mayor Pro Tem was mentioning, in the definition of businesses that are subject to this ordinance and these regulations, we have the phrase food facility. And I'm assuming that's a restaurant, a food truck, anywhere that serves food, probably like a rescue mission who may serve meals, or a festival that we may have here at Plaza Park. Would those all qualify as food facilities?
I think they would fall under that definition, yes.
Okay. And so all of these facilities I just mentioned, these would all be the type of facility that would fall under environmental health and regulation, needing to get hand washing training and food server preparation certification, all that stuff. Whereas the pop-up food stands, they may or may not have that. Likely they don't have, at minimum, the environmental health certification to operate. So my question is, do those qualify as food facilities also under this definition? And I'm not sure if you have that or if Ms. McCarran might have it, but do we have guidance from the state on that?
So those pop-ups would be considered food facilities.
Okay, thank you. That being said, that would mean that, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we are obligated when the time comes to ensure that, just like all other food facilities in the city of Oxnard, they are adhering to these regulations in this ordinance. All things being considered, I know the Mayor Pro Tem said that, there's the hope that folks will see, while it may be great to get a $3 quesadilla, that at the end of the day, that if that particular vendor is from out of the county, that cash sale is going to go back to their home county. Where if you buy a $5 quesadilla from a brick and mortar or a local food truck, that will likely stay local to our economy. Aside from that, though, I'm hoping that when this comes to pass, that our residents will hold accountable every food facility they go to and adhering to this, because not only are we obligated to do it per the state of California, but from an environmental perspective, there's a reason that we're doing this. There's a reason the state is putting this forward. So I'm hoping that folks will, in a friendly way at first, remind their favorite food vendor or food facility, no matter where that may be, that this is an expectation that they are going to be required to follow. And if they choose not to, are they truly contributing in a positive way to our community and our environment in general? And hopefully folks will use that as another reason to vote with their wallet to choose where they would like to go. So that wasn't a question, I guess it was a statement, but thank you for answering that question about the food facility definition.
Thank you, Councilman Perella.
Ms. Ballot, thank you very much for taking these questions. The Public Works Committee approved this 3-0.
3-0.
The questions, I side with Mayor Pro Tem. With respect to the plastic utilities, the recycling industry, the trash and serving the Ventura Sanitation District, Ventura Regional Sanitation, and even our recycling, there's no way to recycle. There's no market for these items, and picking them out of the trash is cost prohibitive. With respect to the issues about straws that were identified in the past, that we're not supposed to have plastic straws, it's not enforced. What is your feeling or advice if we are required to do what the state's telling us to do? How much in the way of resources should we put into checking that these facilities are operating the way they are? Question one. Question two, are schools subject to the same rules in the city of Oxnard boundaries? Those are my two questions.
I don't think so.
To answer your second question, I believe schools would be subject.
The schools are, pardon me?
They're exempt, aren't
They-
Exempt?
Exemptions cover residential care facilities, hospitals, and then correctional institutions. So schools would fall under the definition of a food facility. To answer your second question. To your first question, I think that's more so a code compliance question as far as enforcement.
Council members, Mayor El McCarran, I'm appearing via Zoom.
Oh,
I see we have Mr. McNally. Yeah, what it would be is we're not going to go out and police it. It would be a complaint-based process, and it would run through our administrative citation procedure more than likely, because we would want to keep it the same, which is the approach we would have to take with the street vendors that are also making plastic single-use foodware items available at their facilities. So we'd want to make sure that we take the same exact approach, because anybody that's not a street vendor is also subject to a misdemeanor citation. So we want to make sure that we're applying this equally across the city, across all types of vendors, and not treating our brick and mortar businesses more harshly than the street vendors. Second, we want to take an educational approach. Enforcement won't go into effect until 2025. And at that time, there may even be changes. This is SB 54 is a sweeping bill. It's grabbing headlines across the nation. This is the first of its kind in terms of getting this type of unrecyclable plastic out of our landfills. And so they're actually even going after manufacturers and distributors of these types of plastics, and they're having a mandate to hopefully within about a 10-year period have all sorts of single-use items that are made out of any component of plastic completely recyclable or compostable. So in 2025, they're going to come out with additional regulations. And so if we have to make a pivot at that time, we will. So it seems to be something that they hit the ground running with, and now everybody is scrambling to catch up. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Pengelly for more specifics on the code compliance.
And I apologize, I probably should have recognized the disembodied voice, but I didn't. Who was that?
Jeff, do you have any additional information?
That's Elle McCarron, Assistant City Attorney.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Jeff Pengelly, Director of Community Development. I agree totally with what Ms. McCarron has said, but enforcement will start in 2025, and we're going to work with environmental resources and figure out the best way to approach this from an enforcement standpoint. We don't know what kind of volumes of complaints we're going to get. We don't know how many staff resources this is going to obligate us to, and we may need to come back to council with some staffing recommendations, but we need to get our feet under it and see what other cities are doing and get a better sense for this when it comes time to enforce, and we'll bring that before council at that time.
Jeff, Perello, I have a quick question. What are the penalties if we do not implement this ordinance, even though it's going to take effect 2025?
I will defer that to legal or environmental resources.
What are the penalties?
Yeah, Eric Zetz, Environmental Resources. So one of the challenges for us is that we don't have a process at the Del Norte MRF to handle this single-use plastic.
Right.
So we would have to come back, ask for facility expansion, ask for a staffing component, a sorting component, and a collection component, and then off-stream. And so if we don't pass this ordinance, we get into a position as of January 1 of 2024 where we've got to then process, recycle, and try to divert it from the landfill. Regardless. So really, it's a case in which we're kind of forced into this position.
We have to, yeah. I just wanted to share that, Councilor Perella, know you're...
Yeah, I appreciate everybody's input on this. My soapbox here, the comment about we don't want to penalize the standalone versus the pop-up. We are, in my opinion, this council member's opinion, we are terrorizing the stand-up brick and mortar business, the legitimate businesses that are operating these foods. And I'll give you last weekend on C Street by the post office, C Street and Gonzalez, huge sidewalk blocking facilities on both sides of the street. Competition, it's great, but everybody else in the city of Oxnard is expected to buy, pay their property taxes, pay their license, buy the code enforcement, the environmental health, all that stuff, and then they turn and they raise hell with the city of Oxnard. Why aren't we doing anything? It's the job of Ventura County. I suggest that this body go after Ventura County Board of Supervisors. There are some that represent the city, and there is a CFO, it's Ms. Johnson, and they need to do their job. They're not doing their job, and squeaky wheels get the grease. We need to be a lot squeakier than we are. This is wrong, and we are putting people in harm's way, because one thing that's talked about and not addressed, we're hurting this, we're hurting that. The people that are putting businesses and doing business in this city are paying minimum wage. At minimum, they're following the law. We have no idea what these other guys are doing. Thank you.
But, we have legislation that really prohibits a lot of the things that we want to do, and I know it was mentioned before, and I can't remember the name of the legislation, but the two legislators that prohibit us from going after those individuals, which we have to look at, and this is basically more or less what you're talking about. Before I continue, I know we're going to go past 10 o'clock. Mr. State Attorney, do we have to make a vote on this now or right after this item?
Why don't you take the vote now?
Okay, because we know we have, so moved to go
Second.
past 10 o'clock.
And second.
First by Perrella, second by Turan. Please vote.
No.
No, was it you?
Can we just come back tomorrow?
Okay, you want to come back to?
Motion passed 7-0.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and continue. Where were we?
Steve, you want to chime in?
Okay, so I wanted to touch on a couple things. So first of all, I don't think the dollar amount's been thrown out, but if we do not meet the compliance requirements for the city, we could be subject to fines of, do you have the?
That's right. That's it.
There's two fines set in here, $50,000 per day per day violation and $25,000 per day violation, depending on which aspects of implementation we as a city have not met.
And that was my concern, that potentially, that can happen too.
Yes, and just to reiterate what's been discussed before, this is part of a comprehensive statutory scheme that the legislature is putting in place, and they are going to be requiring the plastics industry to fund at a huge level. I think it's something like $5 billion over 10 years to change how this packaging works in the state. So the hope is that they will create the suitable, recyclable, compostable materials, make them widely available through that injection of funding. So it should be looked at in that perspective of other things going on through this implementation, not just what we're doing here.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, before we go to Ron.
Just one, probably won't be a final comment, but I'm okay with the state mandating stuff. Give me the money. We will do it. I don't have a problem with that approach. But when you put conflicting laws out there that make it impossible for us to enforce these types of actions against itinerant vendors that are essentially urban nomads, they don't carry ID, they're not, it puts us in a difficult position. We're stuck in the middle, and we can't go either direction. And that's not anybody's fault except the state, and I'll be the first one to say it. And I plan on reaching out to some of my friends at the state level and say, do you realize what you have done to us? Because you are frustrating us in terms of enforcement. We don't like these any more than anyone else does, but you've taken away our ability to do any regulation whatsoever. That's not fair to us as a city. That eats up our resources. And a lot of the people that I talk to are unhappy about this, especially the brick and mortar people, the people that pay their fees and permits and all the other stuff that they're supposed to do. And we are penalizing them for following the law. And we're encouraging people who don't follow the law and making it easier for them not to do it. That's just wrong. It sends the wrong message to them and to our community. And it just, I'm not passionate about this in any way, shape, or form, but I'll jump off my soapbox at this point and just try and be quiet the rest of the night.
Councilmember Turan, before I ask for a motion, do you have any additional comments? Go ahead.
Just a quick question regarding what the city attorney just alluded to, just so the public can hear this as well. If, hypothetically, if we were non-compliant with this legislation or the statute, and we're fined $25,000 a day or $50,000 a day, whatever it is, how do we pay for that? Where does that come from?
Council member salary.
Wow, I don't have to work 100 years for that.
That'd be good for
much.
one fine.
A rate study,
Anyhow,
general fund.
It's our general fund.
Our general
General
fund.
fund.
And we had, I'm sorry, I think Ms. McCarron was going to add something.
No, go ahead. City manager answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So our general fund would be the first stop for that. At $50,000 a day. I mean, let's just, we had a comprehensive discussion on a large item earlier that touched on, utilizing funds for things that need to be done in the city, such as parks and outreach services and all these really important things that we have to do, including our infrastructure. And non-compliance on this would be $50,000 a day coming from that general fund, getting chipped away at things we could be doing, like youth services and parks and enhancements and programming. And so, again, I go back to my comment earlier about if and when this comes to pass. I appreciate what Mayor Pro Tem is bringing up because it's an important point. I hope the general public will hold accountable and hold high expectations for food facilities they visit, licensed or not. If they're going to come into our city and do business as a brick and mortar, as a food truck, or as a pop-up, I hope that they are going to be adhering to this, because our residents, if they're going and frequenting someone who's not adhering to this and we get dinged for it, that's $50,000 a day from services that our residents use, that folks who come out of the county, like, they don't, what do they care? Like, how are they penalized from that when they go home at the end of the night out of the county? So I just hope folks hear that and understand that and will be part of that solution when the time comes. So thank you.
Councilman Varela, or?
Yes, I appreciate the comments Councilman Turan just gave. We heard a little bit earlier, the city treasurer is trying to make another $10,000. That's in a 3-month period. We're knocking down potentially 50 grand a day. One area where we're exposed, basically running around with our pants down, is in the car washes. We've already been put on notice by the state, so much money for every car wash that doesn't recycle the water. And that happens on the weekends with regularity. Just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, any additional, City Attorney, any additional comments? No?
No.
No?
Thank you, Ms. Ballard.
Okay, need a motion? No additional comments from staff? Oh, no? Do you have any speakers on this item, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, yes, we have one virtual speaker, and Andrew Gallagher. Andrew, please press *6 to unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello? Hi. So I just wanted to go out and say, I was here for the presentations that, my fellow Ventura County people were talking about. I more or less wanted to not speak, but try to learn about the situation that we're in. It really seems like they were led by the state to believe that the police are the problem, the police are the issue, when in reality the state...
We're talking about plastic footwear right now.
Yes, well...
The other items
this is
already...
not the item.
Excuse me?
Well, sorry, this does tie in, trust me. I was just trying to say that I'm agreeing with what you guys are saying, that the state is misleading people, trying to get us to be angry about certain issues, when we should be angry about things like this. The police requisitioning equipment, that's all grants, but that doesn't have anything to do with our general fund, which goes to our schools. Issues like this really need to be spoken about more, and it's clear that the state is either blind to its own issues or it doesn't realize what's going on. They're out of touch with their communities because they don't see it themselves. And I just think that, laws like this, where if the council is being penalized for saying no, that's just, there's no control over the situation for you guys. It's almost like they're taking the words out of your hands. That's all I wanted to add, really.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any additional comments?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no additional speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, Councilmember, motion?
I will move the recommended action.
Motion by Councilmember Turan.
Second.
Second by Venezuela. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. Our next item is Police Department, and this is the Fifth Amendment to Agreement A 7858 with Axon Enterprises Incorporated for body-worn cameras and other services utilized by the Oxnard Police Department. Recommendation that the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute a Fifth Amendment to contract A 7858 with Axon International Incorporated, increasing the contract total agreement amount to $4,102,311.26. And this did not originate in committee, and there was a presentation made, pre-recorded presentation of Measure M, and we'd have
Commander Rocky Marquez, in charge of our Investigative Services Bureau.
Okay, any questions, the commander? Any speakers on this?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Any? Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Basua.
I'd just like to make a comment.
Okay, go ahead, make a comment.
In the staff report, I think this is important, and I hope some of the people from earlier in the meeting, on the first paragraph of the background, body-worn cameras have been shown to have a positive impact on the public's perception and confidence in the police. That's important, and I'm extremely proud to have pushed this a long time ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
I support it.
Thank you.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, item number 4, Public Works Agreement number 3240018 with Los Angeles Truck Center LLC, DBA Velocity Truck Center for Repair and Maintenance of auto car refuse trucks, Allison Transmission, Freightliner Truck, and Detroit Cumming Engines. Recommendation, City Council approve and authorize the agreement with Los Angeles Truck Center LLC, DBA Velocity Center for 1-year term with options to extend 4 consecutive 1-year periods for a maximum contract term of 5 years and a total contract not exceed the amount for the entire possible contract of $1,250,000 for the repair of maintenance of auto cars, refuse trucks, Allison Transmission, Freightliner trucks, and Detroit and Cummings engines as part of the city's equipment fleet and on the on-call basis. The Public Works Transportation approved this item 3-0, and there's a pre-recorded item on this particular issue, and we have Mr. Wolf or someone from Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jose Arreola, Fleet Services Manager.
Any questions of Jose? No public comments?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no public speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Councilman Turan, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. For this item, correct me if I'm misremembering, but was this a sole source for the service that we're seeking here?
Yes, some of these items are under cooperative contract and/or single source, yes.
Okay, would you mind just...
OEM manufacturer.
Okay, would you mind just briefly explaining what those designations are for just for the benefit of the public, so we have it on the record, how this is structured the way it was?
Yes, so Velocity Truck Centers is a OEM authorized dealer, which, for example, for the auto car trucks, our refuse department utilizes those vehicles, and Velocity is authorized by the dealer for them to do the repairs for warranty and/or OEM parts.
And Councilman, and one important thing is warranty, I think is the key for that, because they're sole source for all those 3 items that we talked about. But the warranty, as we discussed it before, was the issue here.
Yes.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
That's okay.
Yeah, and some of the items have a 1-year warranty, some items have 5-year warranty. So if you have the 5-year warranty, you want to be able to follow the manufacturer specs and everything that they require for you to not violate that warranty. So.
Yes, thank you for that. And I just was hoping to have that explained in general terms for the public, in case anyone wonders, well, why wasn't this put out to bid, or why did we go with this firm? I want to see the public documentation on that. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We had a motion in this item.
I'll move the recommend.
Make a motion. Motion by Basua, second by Perello, please vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem, Nature. Thank you. Okay, our next item is item number 5. This is,
Motion passes 6-0.
okay, thank you. Our next item is
Just,
Public
just to
Works.
note, the Mayor Pro Tem stepped away, so he didn't participate in that, so it was.
Thank you. Thank
He
you
was absent for that vote.
for that particular, okay, thank you, just for the record. Item 5, Public Works Agreement 3240022 with Garcia's Landscaping Maintenance Incorporated for the maintenance and services for River Park Ball Fields Community Facilities District number 5. And the recommendation is that City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with Garcia Landscape Maintenance Incorporated for landscape maintenance services for River Park Ball Fields within the Community Facilities District number 5 in the amount not to exceed $1,725,000 for the entire 5 years and 2 months term of the agreement ending December 31, 2028. And the Public Works Transportation Committee did approve this item 3-0. And there was a pre-recorded item on this particular issue, and we do have Michael Wolf if anybody needs any additional information. Okay, Councilman Turan. Oh, speakers, do we have a speaker on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. And I see we have our special district staff here. Thank you, Mr. Story. Just real quickly, I know it was mentioned in the staff report in the presentation that this portion of CFD 5's landscaping has been separated out from the general landscaping. And I'm just hoping that we can just state for the public record why that was done and how this came to pass.
Good evening, Council and Councilmember Turan. Anthony Miller, Project Manager for the Special Districts Division. And I know you addressed your question to Mr. Story, but I can answer that as well. So the community has specifically requested that certain items within the landscape contract or the landscape maintenance contracts in the River Park area be separated out for more transparent purposes so that there is a better understanding of exactly how much money is being used to fund maintenance operations in the school grounds within the Rio Vista and Del Mar schools.
All right, thank you very much. And as you mentioned, this was the request of the community, the River Park community in CFD 5, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And I hope folks can recognize that this isn't just simply creating a new spreadsheet. There was a whole process in this for creating the scope of work and sending this out to bid. And it's essentially double the work of, or doubling your work versus doing the one contract. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thankfully, we can run them at the same time, but it is an entirely new scope, an entirely new bid process. You're correct.
All right. And I just hope folks can understand and appreciate that it did essentially double that amount of work that had to be done on the staff side. But I also want to thank staff for being willing to do that, because the River Park residents who've been engaged in this process more so than I'd say even when I came on in 2021 had requested that. And I just want to give full credit to our special district staff for being willing to do that, regardless of how much more workload it added to you. They requested it, it made sense, and we have it in front of us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Perrella?
Yes, thank you very much for your response. For the public, the Rio School District is mentioned in this staff report multiple times. Are there any funds coming from the Rio School District or obligations from the school district and the school district source of revenue that are involved in this contract?
For this particular contract, no, there is not.
There's not. Thank you. That's the only question.
Okay, so motion?
I will move the recommended action.
Second it.
Motion by Turan, second by Councilman Perrella. Please vote, and Mayor Pro Tem's not with us.
Motion passed 6-0 with Mayor Pro Tem McDonald absent.
Okay, thank you. It didn't show up in there, but we got it anyway, so. Okay, item number M6 is Public Works Department Agreement 324000239 with SGDE Enterprises, DBA Four Seasons Landscaping for Landscape Maintenance Services Community Facility District Number 5. A recommendation the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with SGD Enterprises, DBA Four Seasons Landscape for Landscape Maintenance Services within the Community Facility District Number 5 in the amount not to exceed $6,545,000 for a maximum of 5 years, 2 months term of the agreement with the initial agreement term of 14 months ending December 31, 2024, in which the agreement may be extended for 4 additional one-year terms with a fully extended final term ending December 31, 2028. And the Public Works Transportation Committee approved this item 3-0. And there was a measure on pre-recorded presentation, and we do have Mr. Miller. Any questions on this item? No. Councilman Turan?
Thank you, and good evening again, Mr. Miller. Thanks for hanging out with us late this evening. I do want to thank you again for bringing this forward. As I recall, last year we had a one-year extension to the previous contract with the intention to put it out to bid this year, and this is what's in front of us, correct?
That is correct.
Great, thank you. And through that process, it looks like the vendor being recommended is SGD Enterprises, DBA Four Seasons Landscaping. And looking at their bid, they were at $2.9 million, where the next closest bid was Mariposa at 4.2, and the previous contracted business, which was Garcia's at 6.8. And I'm just wondering if you can share for the public 2 questions. One is, can you just generally explain, we just talked about the ball fields. Can you now just explain what this scope of work generally entails as far as landscaping throughout the rest of CFD5? And the second question to that is, what service level they'll be getting through this?
So the general scope of this agreement is all parkway, median, drainage basin, and picnic area services throughout the entire district. And that is from about the 101 freeway all the way up to the Xanadu drainage basin on the north end along the Santa Clara River. There's also the maintenance of the recreation trail around the backside of the development, and some on-call landscape maintenance services as a part of this agreement as well.
All right, thank you. And their service level?
Their service level is budgeted at A currently. The community does have the ability to request different levels of service. So this agreement has an aggregate bid total, meaning the total of all of the service level prices were used to determine a responsive bid price. So if the community at some point decides that they would like to reduce their requested services, that is possible under this agreement.
Okay, great. And they would pivot as needed for that and invoice us accordingly.
Correct.
Okay. And I appreciate that flexibility being built into the agreement because we are near the end of the calendar year and budget season's just around the corner. And I know that the River Park community is looking at how they would like to have the next level of involvement evolving from last year. And it sounds like they are looking at the different levels of service for different types of services they get through the CFD, and thinking about what would we really like to advocate to get more of, and they are willing to look at, if we ask for more of something, what are we willing to take away from to get that, or do we look at our assessment level to do more of something? So I appreciate the flexibility. I hope folks can hear that that's something that is not off the table through this agreement for landscaping. And those are my questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We need a motion for this item?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Oh, excuse me, any speakers on this item?
There's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, so we need a motion.
I will move the recommended action.
Moved by Turan. Second by Mayor Pro Tem. Please vote.
And thank you, Special Districts, for your work on this.
Okay,
Motion passes 7-0.
thank you. Item M7, this is Public Works Agreement 32400240 with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for landscape maintenance services for 371 landscape maintenance districts and 1 maintenance assessment district within the city of Oxnard. The recommendation, City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement of up to 5 years with Mariposa Landscape for landscape maintenance services within the city's 31 landscape maintenance districts and 1 maintenance assessment district in the amount not to exceed $9 million that includes all possible extensions for the maximum of 5 years ending December 31, 2028. And the Public Works Committee did approve this item 3-0, and it was a pre-recorded item under per Measure M. And we do have Mr. Miller again. Go.
First,
Councilman
I
Perrello?
live in Landscape District 13, but during the committee meeting, we were informed, since it doesn't benefit Landscape 13 any more than any others, as an obligation of a councilman, we're talking about 37 landscape maintenance districts. We're allowed to vote on this. Is that correct?
And thank you, Councilman Perrello, I'm in the same.
Correct, as long as there's no individualized discussion of your district.
I'm the same way, the city attorney. Okay, no speakers?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by
Second.
Valenzuela. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Special Districts. There was certainly a lot of work that went into this as well when you look at the number of districts involved. I still, as with each year, struggle with where our landscape maintenance districts are, and this is a historical, very tangled up issue that goes back many, many years and predates, I'm looking around, probably all the staff in this room. And so I only say that to highlight that I hope that residents who are, and we have received emails and I have had conversations with residents regarding LMDs, those who are unhappy or frustrated with their level of service can again reach out to either special districts or their council member to get a full briefing on what exactly it is that is going into their LMD and why the level of service is the way that it is. And we've had this conversation a number of times. And so I don't feel the need to get into it now, but I do want to point out that a great example is South Bank, who had a full neighborhood council meeting where we brought in the public works director and our assistant public works director and our special districts folks and had handouts and tables and facts and figures, black and white, for them to see exactly what was happening in the 2 LMDs. I think it's 2 that make up South Bank, 5, excuse me. Wow. Okay, so 5 LMDs that make up the South Bank neighborhood. And just the disparity there and why the level of service is the way it is. So I invite other districts to take advantage of that opportunity to be able to have this black and white, ask all the questions you need, have all your concerns heard, so you can understand why it is the way it is and what, if anything, you would need to do to increase that level of service if that's something you so seek. So anyhow, again, my thanks to the staff for this. And again, that's just my frustration with where we are in 2023 with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Perrello.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to weigh in on this one quite a bit. Tonight at the very beginning of the meeting, we heard some questions and we heard some responses with respect to an item for police in equipment. And there were some comments made that, you know, the city of Oxnard, the way it used to be, the way it is, and the way it's always been, and how the north end looks so much better than other ends. People forget something called landscape maintenance districts. And these people in certain areas that have these, LMDs, CFDs, they pay more money. River Park is one place that pays the most. There's other places that do this. But specifically on Mr. Turan's comments, I live in the South Bank neighborhood. The night that neighborhood council went after the homeless people, the city manager, and the public works director. I was embarrassed to live in my neighborhood because they were wrong. And they didn't like to look at facts. And they took on the public works director when he had the facts in hand. I don't believe they deserve a pass, and it needs to be brought out. When you have neighborhoods that make comments, they don't care, quote, they don't care what the south end looks like. It's not going to be the way my neighborhood looks. I was extremely embarrassed for everything that's been done by people who live in that neighborhood, to put it the way it is. Those people are involved in the neighborhood council. I give them all the credit in the world. And I give them credit limited for attending meetings with the staff to find out what's going on. But I want to share with my fellow council member Turan, it's not all peaches and cream. That is one neighborhood, because of the districting, is split. Mr. Turan represents from 8th Street east. From 8th Street west is my part of the district. It was pointed out with our city manager, who they ripped, and I saw no one on that board stand up and say they're out of line. It was pointed out that they're getting the services they're paying for. They didn't care. They want more. I don't know where I can go and get more than what I pay for. As a matter of fact, most everything is going up in price. And it was pointed out that if they want to get together and decide to pool all the funds that they have so they can get a common degree of care in that neighborhood, they can do it. I don't know that that will happen, because sometimes the people that scream the most are the ones that are the tightest, and they want somebody else to pay their bills. I need to share that with my fellow council members and share it with Councilman Turan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miller. And so we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Venezuela on this item. Please vote.
Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Turan voted no.
Okay, our last item, item number 8, Public Works Department. This is the agreement 324000238 with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for landscape maintenance services with Community Facility District Number 2. The recommendation the City Council approve and authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with Mariposa Landscape Incorporated for landscape maintenance services within the Facilities District Number 2 in the amount not to exceed $1,564,500 for the maximum of 5-year term, have an agreement with an initial term of 12 months ending December 31, 2024, after which the agreement may be extended for 4 additional 1-year terms with a fully extended final term ending December 31, 2028. And the Public Works Committee approved this item 3-0, and it was a pre-recorded item per Measure M. And we do have Mr. Miller there again. Any speakers on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, there's no speakers virtually or in person for this item.
Council members?
I'm just curious when I see Michael Wolf's name on all this stuff, and he's not saying any.
Because he's a boss, right, Mike? That's why Mr. Miller's there.
I can assure you he's edited all of these.
He's supervising.
There's a little clicker that says, talk and don't talk. So I need a motion on this item? No, she said no. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem. First Mayor Pro Tem, second by Perello. Please vote.
Motion passed 7-0.
And item N is